Easter, so I'm not gonna wish a happy Easter to anybody. But we are live now, so if you want to call in and add your 2 cents or ask any questions, feel free to do so. The number is scrolling at the bottom of the screen, and it's also in the live chat. So let's talk about Easter and why we celebrate Easter. Because it confuses me how people still celebrate this stuff. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I like to play y'all videos from Ray Hagins, because he break it down pretty clear for you in the way that you used to hearing it from a preacher. He was a former preacher himself, or I guess he still is a preacher. He just don't preach the lie anymore. Because what Christians do, Christianity, they hijack ancient celebrations and convince you that it started with Christianity, when really it didn't. They did that with Christmas, they hijacked Saturnalia, and they did that with Easter. And they got you celebrating this stuff as if it's about Christianity, when it really ain't got nothing to do with Christianity. They just stole the shit. But Easter was originally a celebration of the spring equinox. They celebrate the spring, and Christmas is a celebration of the winter solstice. That's all it is. So it's a pagan holiday, it's nature worship. So the very pagans that Christians always denounce, y'all doing exactly what you say that they doing, worshiping nature. Easter actually began as a pagan festival celebrating spring in the northern hemisphere long before the advent of Christianity. Following the advent of Christianity, the Easter period became associated with the resurrection of Christ. Now, is it no coincidence that Easter is not celebrated on the same day every year? So if it had something to do with Jesus' death and he died on any given day, let's say April the 4th, then it should be on April the 4th every year that we celebrate Easter. But it's not. Easter falls on the first Sunday after the full moon day, based on mathematical calculations. That falls on or after March 21st. If the full moon is on Sunday, then the Easter is celebrated on the following Sunday. And it got nothing to do with Jesus. But what does all this have to do with eggs and the Easter bunny and Christ's resurrection from the dead? But for that answer, we got to look at how Christianity spread around the world and subsumed pagan rituals. Christianity slowly began its transition into the popular religion in Rome, and actually was mandated by Constantine. Constantine converted from paganism to Christianity in 312 AD and finally brought an end to the persecution of the Christians. So it wasn't because Jesus came down and made himself true, it's because the ruler just made it the law that we're going to be Christians now. Before that time, the majority of the Romans were pagan and held fast to their old traditions, teachings, and rituals. Constantine the Great was what they called him, as well as Roman leaders after him, knew it would be a challenge to get everyone to convert to Christianity overnight. So instead of eliminating the spring equinox and pagan celebrations altogether, Roman rulers slowly converted them into Christian rituals. Christianity's rapid spread across the Western world eventually enveloped ancient Celtic pagan traditions, to including the rituals of Easter. Sound familiar? By 391 AD, the worship of any gods outside of the God of Abraham was made illegal in the city of Rome. So once again, I reiterate, Christianity did not spread because it was true. It spread because they made it the law. They made it legal. So who do we have on the line? 706 area code. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yeah, this DSA1 calling from Georgia.
Oh, DSA, what's poppin', bro?
Not much, man. What's good with you?
Nothing much, man. Just disseminating this information, man. What you got for us? You got a question or a comment?
No, I got a little comment, man. About some of the holidays that I can remember off the top of my head at the moment. With Saturnalia, it's kind of funny because I was talking to a couple Christians about it like a year or two ago, and they kind of got mad at me. Have y'all seen the movie or heard of the movie Krampus?
Nah, I ain't never heard of it.
All right, look, check the movie out. The movie is telling the actual truth of what so-called Santa Claus is or what he's supposed to be. All right, Krampus is celebrated in I want to say around like the German countries like Russia, Germany, the Ukraine, Czechoslovakia, Czech Republic is in that area, like the Eastern European countries. And I looked it up one day because I was always trying to figure out like what was going on, like why are we celebrating holidays like that? This is when I was starting to come out of Christianity. So I'm looking at Christmas like, okay, why is it always this happy, fat, jolly white dude with a bunch of magical reindeer sliding down people's chimneys and dropping off presents? And it's symbolic in a sense when you look at it, or if you just get a chance to look it up. Krampus is, I guess you could say a demon. You could say it's two versions that I read, but both of them pretty much equate to the same thing. This version is Krampus is a demon. He walks around with this, with the bag like Santa Claus does, and instead of dropping off gifts, he gets the kids that have been acting bad and drags them to hell. The other version of Krampus is actually the Santa Claus that everybody sees, but he has a little elf with him or a little demon with him. His name is Krampus. And if you're bad, he whoops you with a nine-tail or something like that with the spikes on it, and he gives you a lump of coal. Like, that's his job. And it was funny to me how people would always try to celebrate that, not try, but a lot of people do celebrate it. And then as of recently, to my understanding, people will get mad when they say, like say a cashier or something like Merry Christmas, and people will get upset with that. But at the same time, back in the day, like way back when, like you were just talking about the pagan holidays, a lot of these are pagan holidays, like Christmas, Easter, which is called Ishtar, which was a fertility goddess that they end up mashing up some type of way. I don't remember the exact way how they did it, but they end up using Jesus as the day to celebrate Easter with the eggs, because a lot of people know rabbits multiply crazy when they have babies or whatnot. So that's where the eggs come from. But the crazy part about that is the pagans used to get, I'll tell you that back, it's Christmas. The Christmas ornaments that people would get and put on the Christmas tree, the pagans would get, or don't quote me on this because I'm kind of messing it up because I'm trying to remember this because I haven't looked it up in a while. The part that I do remember, they would get the skulls and dip them in blood and hang them on the tree. That's why you get Christmas ornaments that are small and round like that, and they're a bunch of different colors and different designs. That's where the ornaments come from for putting them on the Christmas tree. The wreath, that's a whole nother thing that goes along with that. It's on some pagan, I forgot what it's called, like Nordic god type situation. So the Christians end up taking a lot of these holidays and using them because it was having a war with the pagans. I think I put this in your chat like a while back trying to explain to, I think, Mark or somebody else at the time. And they were like saying, we converted them. The only reason why they converted them was because the Christians was having, like I said, a war with the pagans, like the Vikings, the Nordic Vikings. I mean, not Nordic Vikings, but the Scandinavian Vikings, and they looked at them as pagans. And that was their traditions, to burn stuff and things of that nature to give a sacrifice to their multiple gods that they believed in for war or having a good harvest or just to show appreciation or whatnot. So when it comes down to, like you just said, the winter solstice, that's a part of the so-called pagan religion. That's what they believed in. So instead of them having all these wars and constantly fighting these pagans coming in, taking their land, killing their women, and killing their men and taking their women and children into slavery, they were like, look, how about, this was, I think, in the Roman Catholic Church, they were having a meeting or whatnot. They were like, how about we do this? We come talk to them, put in some of their holidays or whatnot, and let's see if that get us to stop having war with them. So they end up having a conversation with the leaders or whatnot of these different tribes and nations or whatnot. And it was like, all right, bet. We're going to go ahead and include y'all holidays into our holidays, change the names up, switch the information around, and that's why they seem so so enjoyable at the moment. And people not realizing a lot of these holidays are not really what you're supposed to be subscribing to, like you were just saying.
At all. Yeah, it's
And
all some different meaning symbolically, you know what I'm saying? Like I was telling somebody the other day,
oh yeah,
not to celebrate Easter with a kid, and she was like, well, he loved to go Easter egg hunting, he want to do it and all this. I'm like, but you don't know where that stuff originated from. Like you just doing it because you did it as a kid. You know what I mean? But when
exactly.
you study it and you realize what you really doing, like it's almost like you, like Ray Hagins was saying in the video, you brainwashing your kid. You need to be hit upside the head with a pillow.
Yeah.
How he said, you know.
Pretty much.
But yeah, man, the practice of decorating the eggshells come from over 60,000 years ago in Africa. They used to decorate ostrich eggs in the pre-dynastic period of Egypt and the early cultures of Mesopotamia and Crete. The eggs was associated with death and rebirth, and as well as with kingship. So they would find decorated ostrich eggs as representations that were made out of gold and silver, and they would put them in graves and stuff. And they did that in Sumer too. So ancient Sumerians and ancient
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you. I didn't mean to cut you off because I thought you was coming to a pause. I'm glad you said that because that's something I never heard of. I'm glad you mentioned that. Have you ever heard of a Fabergé egg?
Nah. What's that?
Dude, what you're describing, it's a literal. I'm not gonna say literal. I'm just gonna say from my understanding, it's a egg that's a little bigger than a like a chicken egg. It could be a goose egg or something like that. I don't know what the egg is exactly, but the egg, like you describing how they did back then, they do that now. And those eggs, some of them are worth like hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of dollars. They dress them up with gold, diamonds, paint. Wait, say that again? You was breaking up a little bit.
Like in the Ocean's 11 movie, that egg they had, that type of shit.
Yeah. That Fabergé egg, like they're made like that. Like I seen a bunch of them, but the ones that I seen, they weren't that expensive, but they were just like that. I wanted to get one at the time. When I forgot where I was at when I seen one, but I did see some over here in America like 10, 12 years ago. It was like in a mall, like in a jewelry store. And them eggs are worth a lot of money. Like, let's say you catch a movie like what you was talking about, or even like a mystery movie or something, and you see the person that has like a whole lot of money, like a millionaire, had like 2 or 3 Fabergé eggs worth like $500,000, $600,000, $700,000. That's what a Fabergé egg is.
Okay, I know what you're talking about now. But yeah, man, that's what that shit go way back. Apparently, man, go back thousands of years. They found them 6,000-year-old eggs decorated, made out of gold and silver and shit. So that's where
that's crazy.
Come from, and then they represent fertility and rebirth and all that shit, and it's a symbol. But where the rabbit come in at is rabbits usually give birth to a lot of babies or whatever, and so that's a symbol as
fertility.
Well. It's a symbol of fertility.
Yep, that's where that came from. And the goddess, one of the names that I know of, it's like 3 or 4 other names that go with this goddess. It's called Ishtar. That's where you get Easter from. I mean, what is it?
It's Ishtar, Eoster, and Ostara.
Yep. That's them the other 3 that I knew of.
The gone and fertility.
Yep. Those are the ones that I was trying to think of, but I could not remember their name. But Ishtar is the main one I remember because I kept coming across that name more than the other 2 or 3 you just mentioned. So that's where I got that from.
The thing I wanted to talk about, I'll probably do a whole episode on this one day, but the fact that all these holidays are marketed towards kids, like Ray Hagins touched on it too. Like it's about the kids. Like Christmas is for kids. Easter is all about, you know what I'm saying, the Easter egg hunting and all that shit. They do that shit for the kids. But the reason why is because kids don't know the difference between what's real and what's not real. So Christianity, the religion, is trying to get attached to the child at a young age. And over years, you know what I'm saying, brainwashing them. So when they get old, they say, shit, I've been doing this shit my whole life. But you don't go back to study the history and find out that the Easter Bunny didn't get into America until the 1700s. You know, and this shit came from
Okay.
Germany, and that shit came from
Yep.
a fake rabbit that they used to have over there, which is like basically a cartoon character type of shit, like mascot named Osterhals,
Yeah.
which sounds eerily similar
Oh, okay.
to Ostara, the goddess of fertility. You know what I'm saying? So again, they market into to kids, and they've been doing this shit for hundreds of years. You know what I'm saying? But I just get upset at the fact that black people still perpetuate that shit today, and I gotta, you know, talk to people that for the life of me, I can't convince them to stop teaching their kids about Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny. It's crazy.
Exactly. Yeah, it is. Cause then even as you get older, you start to figure it out. Even by the age of like, let's say 5 or 6, you start to figure it out. Like, wait a minute. My parents or parent or grandparents or guardian or whatever always ask me what I want for Christmas. And I either get all of it or I get some of it and I get some extra stuff. After you start to figure it out and they tell you Santa Claus is going to give you everything you ask for if you be good, but you only getting part of what you ask for, you start to put it together even at a young age. Like, Santa Claus is not real. Like, the Easter Bunny is not real. The Tooth Fairy is not real, because you'll wake up possibly and catch one of your parents or guardian or whatever putting a quarter or a dollar or whatever under your pillowcase from losing a tooth.
Yeah. Or you like me and you just grew up too poor to even get any of that shit, so you knew it wasn't real anyway. So I knew it wasn't real Santa
True.
Claus and shit, because I ain't had no chimney for one. And you know what I'm saying, I probably believe that shit like halfway, like maybe it is real, you know what I'm saying, but I ain't really believe it, because I remember being young and in school, and I would feel like weird when when the holidays come around, because I was the only kid that really didn't believe in that shit, you know what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
but it's like some people have to be told. Like some kids, like I remember hearing parents say, "Well, we got to tell them that, you know what I'm saying, Santa Claus is not real." Or we got to tell them, you know, we got to tell the kids. Like, I'm like, damn. But like for me, I just don't understand what's the benefit of lying to your kids, because you're just training them not to trust you.
In a sense, you are, but as a child, you don't really even think of it like that. You're just looking at it as a way to get a gift. There's like, you're not even worrying about the actual in-depth situation of how that's going down. Like, oh, okay, they telling me I'm gonna get this, that, and the third to be good, so I'm gonna be good just so I can get it. I mean, that's in a sense how society, I guess, from thousands of years ago have gotten people to act right.
Yeah, man.
If you behave a certain way or you work hard, you get rewarded. So that's what you do in order to get stuff.
But that shit only work for a couple of months out of the year, though. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna be good in November and December, and the rest of the year, they ain't think about no Christmas. I know I wasn't when I was little. You know what I mean?
Man, who was? Once them months come about, boy, you back to doing what you were doing.
Yeah, man.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Christmas is just like a commercial holiday now, like, because it evolved. They still use it as control, but I think now the main purpose of it is just to stimulate the economy. Because without the holiday season, that whole little Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's, without that, most companies, like most big Fortune 500 companies, will go bankrupt. They don't make a profit in a year until the holidays come.
Definitely, especially because if you think about it, almost every month has a specific type of holiday in it. You gotta get the money together at the end of the year to get the present, and also at the end of the year, rolling into the new year, you gotta, as let's just say for adults, you get your drink, your food, and stuff like that to bring in the new year. So you have a party with that. And in a sense, February, if you want to look at it like that, has two holidays: the Super Bowl, which used to be in January, which is now in February, the Super Bowl, and Valentine's Day. Two other major holidays, even though Super Bowl is not considered a holiday, people treat it as one, because you got people that will call off work.
Yeah, it's an unofficial holiday.
Yeah, unofficial. Thank you. Unofficial. Yep, the Super Bowl and Valentine's Day. What you do? You go out and get stuff for your man or your woman, and you have a goddamn Super Bowl party at the beginning of the month. March come around, you got what? St. Patrick's Day, and that's another screwed up holiday that people don't know too much about. On the island of Ireland, it was some, to my understanding, it was some Africans called the Twa people, TWA, It was short, like dwarves, I guess, or maybe just a little bit taller, like right under 5 feet. I think his name was Saint Patrick or Saint Peter or one of those saints. Went over to that island like Christopher Columbus did in a sense, and instead of enslaving the people, ended up almost pulling a genocide on them people and knocking them all off. So when you read in the Bible, I think either Ray Hagins said it or somebody else that I was looking at was saying that when they were talking about the Saint Peter, Saint Patrick, I just use him because I don't remember the actual name of the saint that did it, was driving the snakes out of that country so the Christians could come into it. That's what they're talking about. They call them people snakes to symbolically change who they're actually talking about, how they got rid of them people. That's how you got all them people over in Ireland like that.
That's crazy. I ain't never heard that before.
Yeah, dude, like on YouTube, that's where I got a lot of this stuff from, because I don't have the money to buy the books that delve into this type of stuff. And the Bible's not going to tell you exactly what they did. Like with the Crusades, you're beefing with a whole nother group of people that got a whole different view on religion because you want to take back the religious land. What is it, Jerusalem? So you're beefing with some Muslims over a piece of land that y'all don't even have control over, that's not nowhere near you. And a lot of Christians that I would talk to about that, I'm like, so what y'all think about your religious people, which are mainly the ones that I talk to, are Baptists or Jehovah's Witnesses or even Mormons that would try to talk to me after I started learning the stuff. I'll be dropping that knowledge on them. They ain't even really want to talk about it. Or they just drop the conversation and leave. I'm like, so how do you feel about Christians during the Crusade from the Roman Catholic Church going to fight a whole other group of people that was they're trying to take they're trying to take the Muslims' land from them? Well, God said it was our land. Well, if it was your land, why did he move you off of it? Because we did something wrong. Okay, you mean to tell me God is going to move you off some land that your ancestors made a mistake on doing whatever it was that they did wrong, so you can go back and have a war over it? And they still got the land. The Muslims still own that piece of land. Y'all ain't been in there since then. The Muslims not giving that up. And they're not coming to Rome and knock off the Roman Catholic Church. So both y'all pretty much at a stalemate.
Shit crazy. I don't get how they say they, like, you know how people say, oh, I'm doing God's work. Right? How are you doing anything for God if he's supposed to be all right? Right? That's a contradiction. Like, how
bruh, that be killing me.
You know?
Exactly, because I had this.
And how you know you doing what God wants you to do? Just like, that shit is crazy.
Yeah, because they go to the Bible to justify doing God's work. But you'll turn right around and still say God is all powerful. If he is all powerful, he can do it himself. He don't need us to do nothing for him. If he wanted to deliver a message to you right now, he would deliver a specific message to you, so only you will understand it. But in a sense, that's also contradictory. Because if you want people to believe in your God and he only delivers you a message, how would anybody else know that that's God that's giving you that message?
It won't. You know what I'm saying? It makes
exactly
no sense when you actually think about it. The only way it can really work is if you do it the way that they do it, and it's to indoctrinate people from childhood. And then you get their parents to teach them. So it's like if your grandma teach you, or your mama teach you, your daddy teach you this stuff, man, it don't matter what it is or how crazy it is, you're gonna believe it if you've been taught it your whole life.
Yeah, and then you believe it from people that you trust wholeheartedly. Even as a child, you trust them. Yeah. You're not gonna not disobey, but you're not gonna disbelieve what your parents tell you, because their intent is to tell you things that are going to help you, not to hurt you. So when your parents are telling you do this, and this, okay, I'm gonna do that because my parents telling me there's nothing that's gonna hurt me. Just like when people tell me about, I think I commented on this in one of your other chats too, about the 10 Commandments. I got into a debate with this other Christian at my old job about it. I was like, do you know your 10 Commandments come from the 42 laws of my eye? They was like, I never heard of that. I'm like, I'm sure you haven't heard of it because it's Egyptian. I said, look up. I said, you can do this online right now. Look up the 42 laws of my eye. And then they were going to have a picture side by side of the 10 commandments. 10 of your commandments come from that book of the 42 laws of my eye. One of them was trying to tell me, no, they don't. I said, look it up. I'll pull it up for you right now and show you. I said, 10 of your commandments come from a whole other book that's way older than the book that you're reading from.
Yeah, man.
Well, the Egyptians were pagans and this, that, and the third. I said, do you realize the Egyptians were on the planet 10,000, not 10,000, but before 6,000 years? Your book only goes to 6,000 years. They were on this planet before that. 30,000, 40,000, 50,000 years.
And it's crazy.
Not including other land.
To hear that, they would like wake up and go, damn, word, are you serious? But that's not what they do.
No. No, I already know that's not what they're going to do because they so into religion, you're not going to do that. Just like with Muslims that I've come across, we wasn't debating or nothing like that. We just having a regular conversation. They were like, this is the only book that I'm going to read because this is the only book that I'm told and taught to read. I'm like, you're not going to get everything out of that book. Like, how did you get this job? Well, I did this and the third. Exactly. You're not going to just read this book to get this job. Like, that's not going to work. That don't even compute. Because if you want to learn how to build a house.
They're going to claim that they can do that when they defending the book, though.
Exactly. Because your book, that no Bible is going to tell you how to fix a car, fix a door, fix food, treat a pet, treat your family like if they're sick or something like that, what herbs you are to get to make them feel better or to clean them out like a cleansing, like you can eat certain herbs and mix it with water and make certain tea that cleans your blood system and your kidneys and all that. The Bible's not going to tell you that. And people get mad, like, especially when you bring...
You know what I'm saying? The book of life should be a book of life.
Exactly.
The Bible is not a book of life. It's a book of how some Jews can get some land that's not theirs.
Exactly. Slaves. And the other thing I wanted to tell you a while back was that a lot of them Jews, the Ashkenazi Jews, or that's the only name that I know them by. If you can go on YouTube right now and look it up, because I've done it. I don't know if the video's still up, but I've done it. Some of them Jews will admit to it. Hello?
Yeah, 1 second, bro. Finish what you were saying?
Yeah, no problem. No, I was just saying the Jews know they're not the chosen people. They will fight you to the death as far as verbally. I say it like that. They will verbally fight you to the death over saying they are God's chosen people. When a lot of them, they know, like, no, we're not God's chosen people. We know this.
Yeah,
that's why we call
you know what I'm saying? Like, I hear both sides coming from, you know what I mean? You even got some people, they call themselves
both sides.
Jews.
Wait, say that again, you broke up. They call themselves what type of Jews?
They call themselves atheist Jews.
Wow. Never heard of that. Not surprised though.
It's like they say they Jewish by culture, not by belief or by religion. But let me bring on the other call.
Right.
Code 347. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yes, brother. My name, Ma'at Sunrise. How are you today?
Oh, okay. That's Ma'at. What's going on, bro?
Everything is good. Everything is good. Peace out for the family, you know?
Right.
Yes, sir. And you donated a couple weeks ago, man. Appreciate you for your donation.
Oh, sure.
To the cash shop.
Yeah, I was trying to remember, like, dang, did I do it? Yeah, man, it's no problem, man. I try to help out when I can.
That's what's up, man.
Me too, you know.
Well, how you doing, Mike?
You're doing a good job, you know. Huh?
What you got for us tonight?
Yeah, tonight, tonight I'm trying to see if I can have some kind of time to talk about Islam tonight.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, Mike, before... Oh, I was just about to say, Mike, before you get into your spiel, Kweli, I think we was talking in the chat one time about where the name of Africa came from. Do you remember that a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think my Sunrise spoke on it too. I don't remember. But remember when I was trying to tell y'all, type it into the chat where the name came from?
I think so, yeah.
You might be able to speak on this and correct me if I'm wrong. It was a general not Cypriot. Yeah, his name was Scipio or Scipio Africanus. He was I guess you could say on a war campaign. I guess that's what they would call it back then, probably even now. That he was just going around conquering certain areas or whatnot. He came into Africa, conquered a part of it, went back to Rome, told them about it, and that's where they gave Africa the name of Africa. When I think it was at the time called, like, the whole continent of Africa was called either Ethiopia or Kemet or something like that. I don't remember exactly, but you might know that. Might know the actual name of what Africa was called at that point before that little section was invaded. And I'm gonna say this last piece, and you can do your thing. Y'all remember Alexander the Great, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I didn't know this, but I was looking up African like military and stuff like that. It was this group of African queens called the Candaces. It was like 5 of them at the time. Well, right. It was 5 of them leading up to that one. Alexander the Great, or some people call him Alexander the Greek or Alexander the Freak or whatever.
Yeah, Alexander the Greek. Yeah, I call him Alexander the Greek, you know. So
exactly. He came into that section of Africa. He tried to come to her and be peaceful. She was like, nah, I ain't trying to hear that. Like, we don't even want y'all around here like that. Y'all can come through, do your thing, like trade or whatever, but we ain't finna be doing all this extra stuff with y'all. He got upset, went back and told his people, so they had a war with Candace and her people. What they're not telling you is Candace and her people actually beat Alexander. They beat him and his army, kicked him out of that section of Africa, and he just kept moving and went to India and stuff like that. And it really amazed me how, it amazed me when in the movie Alexander the Great, I forgot the dude's name that played in it. He's a decent actor. He was in Deadpool, and he played in a couple other, he was in Deadpool and SWAT with Samuel L. Jackson. But he was the one that played Alexander the Great. In that movie, they don't even show that battle happening. They show him going into India and doing all the other stuff, but they didn't show that happening. So the Candaces, or Candace, Queen Candace, beat him in his army and kicked him out of Africa, and he ain't been back since. Well, of course not, but in their historical time frame, he hasn't been back. And they never tell nobody about that a female queen who ran that part of Africa beat Alexander, gave him, I think, a major loss. Like, he hasn't suffered a loss like that until he came to that area. Suffered a loss and left. I'm done with that, man.
That's crazy. I think it's
yes, indeed.
I can't pronounce it very well. Akabilon or something like that. Do you know how to pronounce the old name of Africa?
You know, people call it Akibulan.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
So Akibulan, but before Akibulan too, it used to call the whole continent. They don't have a Pacific name like that. They used to call upper and lower. You know.
Right,
so like
right.
I said the other video, they turned the map of the continent. So that's why they started naming all these names.
That shit blew my mind, man. They flipped the whole world map. You know what I mean? It used to be
right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I tell people. That video, I say after this, you can research way back before the white men went to the country. You can see our ancestors. The map they have and the map we have today is totally different. That's why they create that area called Middle East and Turkey, because without the changing map, you cannot create that area. They call it Turkey or Middle East. So this is the purpose for them to change the area and then twist the map around, create their own new map called the continent Africa, and take the Middle East out of the continent and Turkey, make it Turkish Europe. So this is the game they play with our people, and we never understand this thing. So,
I'm glad you brought that up, because it's a movie that speaks on that. I don't remember the name of it. It was like like you heard of the movie 2021, where the Earth goes through this extreme shift of cold, where it freezes over New York and Maine and all that.
Yeah.
Not quite, you know. I'm not familiar with that movie though.
Kweli, you heard about that movie?
Yeah, I think I might have saw it. If not, I remember like seeing the preview at least.
Right. It's not that movie specifically, but it's a movie that's on that level of a catastrophic earthly event. And it was a scientist. He was talking to like the female president or another female scientist. He was like, if you look at this map, it's made wrong. She was like, what do you mean? He turned the map upside down. He was like, really, this is what the earth actually looks like. It don't look like what all these other maps are showing us. And on top of that, it's an Australian dude that made maps like back in the 1940s or 50s or maybe even the 30s. He was beefing with the British group of people that certify maps. And he went and did something that proved what my Sunrise is talking about. He proved it. Because they was trying to make Australia look like it was below Europe. When he actually went and did the map, he was like, actually, Australia is above Europe. Y'all went up here and y'all clowned me and made me look stupid in front of all these people when my map is way more accurate than the one y'all coming out with. Australia is actually above Europe.
Yeah, when you want to tell them, they will think we the one don't know what we're talking about. But, we've been there. We all was part of this religion today. I was born to it, you know what I mean? So things I know that time and what I know today is far, far different. I wish things that I know today, I know this thing earlier of my life. But, so... But
it takes time to find that information, man.
They stole everything. So, yeah. Today, like last time I was talking, I was telling Kweli, so next time I was going to do a video about Islam, Muhammad Nation, I know today called Islam, Muslims today.
Right.
But mostly people, we talk about Christianity or any other religion, but I don't hear a lot of people talking about Islam like that, Maybe due to most of them don't read the Quran or because they read the Bible, and most of them hear Christianity. But still Muslims are here. A lot of Muslims are in this country, all over the place too,
Yeah,
so,
they everywhere. They over here too. It's just mostly I think Christianity just got Islam beat. Not by much, but they just got them beat by a little bit. I think it's more Muslims, but they don't do as much proselytizing and stuff. Christianity gets pushed through the media. Islam don't get pushed through our media like that. Like we don't hear like Ray Hagins was saying, all the Christmas songs start to come on the radio and stuff. All that's propagating Christianity and stuff, but we don't have that for other religions. So we speak out against Christianity a bit more. But I ain't mean to cut you off, man. Go ahead.
True. So today, what I know about Islam, Muhammad Nation today called Islam or Muslim, whatever name you want to call it. So it's a whole lot of things I have to talk about it. You know how I do. So that's why when I get it in, I go all the way, because our people need to hear the truth. I mean, you don't have to believe what I'm saying because we don't deal with the belief. So you go research on it and do your own research, everything that I say, and validate if it's true or not. You're going to see, So... But what I'm trying to say that they say, according to, I'm going to start there today, Islam, but then I'm going to go back to the original where the whole story came from, who teaching that they use in Islam today, but many Muslims don't know about this real person that exists to this planet before he passed away. So, but before I get to that, I'm going to start there. Prophet Muhammad, that so-called, they say he was born 551 AD. So, 571 AD, my bad. 571 AD, they say Prophet Muhammad was born in Mecca. So that was 1,450 years ago, according to what they say. And 622 AD, meaning 1,399 years ago, they say Prophet Muhammad left Mecca and went to Medina to meet Gabriel. Gabriel told Muhammad the word of God. Muhammad told Muhammad told this word of the word of Muhammad tell the God the word of Muhammad. The word of God. Muhammad tell his disciple about the word of God. It's all about how to write the Quran, because when the Gabriel meet Muhammad, the word of God, and Muhammad told this word to the 72 disciple. Today we call it the scholars or whatever, but the 72 disciple who would later sit down in 72 different rooms and to write the Quran. So they say that's how Quran become today. We know as a Quran. So that was 622 A.D. So Muhammad met Gabriel. To Gabriel give word from God to give it to Muhammad and to prepare the Quran. And Muhammad passed that word of God from Gabriel to 72 disciples, and they put them to 72 different rooms. Each write the same word for word from Muhammad that Gabriel gave to Muhammad from God, and to write, and all these 72 disciples, they all write what Muhammad told them. But they do say Muhammad could not read or write. Today, that's about his story, about Muhammad could not read or write, but he do get the message from Gabriel. Gabriel got a message from God for Muhammad to prepare the Quran for the Muslims. That's what they tell everyone. So that's what the whole Muslims know. This is how Quran become as we know today, Quran. So he has to put 72 disciples different room for them to write the same, everything that they tell each one of them. They all write the same thing, and then they compare them to see if it's true. And the whole 72 write the same thing according to what Muhammad told them. They wrote everything come to be the same. So that's how they believe that this word has to come from God, because 72 people, they're not in the same room, so they all come out with the same thing, no differences, so it has to come from God. So this is how Muslims today, this is how they receive the Quran from Muhammad. And Muhammad got the word from Gabriel. Gabriel got from God. All right. So that's their story. But when you do your research on the Gabriel they talking about, you do your research on that Gabriel, you're going to find out that Gabriel is just a little boat. Like any boat flying to the sky, maybe it's an eagle or whatever, but you want to say, but I'm saying that the Gabriel, the meaning of Gabriel is a bird. So the bird give it the God message to Muhammad to write the Quran. I'm just going to clear that for every listener can understand that. So that's what the Gabriel mean when you do your research on that, the meaning of Gabriel. All right? It's a little bird. All right, that's what they say. But even their story, what they tell us, if that's the truth, so it's kind of, to me, now what I know is kind of contradiction to it, and also it doesn't make any sense. First of all, because this story that Muslims tell of the Quran, but it took them until 1926 AD to have their first ever Muslim meeting take place. From 622 AD, 1,399 years ago, Muhammad prepared the Quran from God. They never have their Muslim, because that time it's not even Muslim. I'm going to get to that. It's a Mohammedanism this time. But from that time, Mohammedanism, to come all the way to 1926 AD, they never have their Islamic or Muslim Mohammedanism meeting ever, the whole world, for them to get together the first time. It didn't happen till 1926 AD. So if Muhammad the one prepared the Quran for them since 622 AD, left Mecca to go to Medina and prepare this Quran for them, why it take them 1,300 years to have their first ever, whether you call it Mohammedanism or you call it Islam, Muslim today, why it take them so long to have their first meeting ever? See, so, but we're going to continue. That's their story. But this 1926 AD, I'm going to get to that later on, where that Quran was written, who prepared the Quran, and then Quran finished 1919. I'm going to get to that. But this the first time, 1926 is the first time ever Mohammedanism world get together to talk about ever first time thing we call today Islam, but that time it was Mohammedanism. So that happened at 1926 AD. Yes. But what I'm saying, from 622 AD to all the way to here, so they never have their first meeting till 1300 years later.
I got a question. I got a quick question. Why was the name changed, or what caused the name to change?
What name?
Mohammedanism.
Mohammedanism?
Yeah, from Mohammedanism.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I'm going to get to that because it's a confusion.
Okay.
So it's a confusion. You see, so I'm going to get to that in a way, but I'm just telling their story because Mohammedanism is there before them, but they never talk about Mohammedanism. They talk about Islam, Muslim we know today. You see? But the time I'm talking about, I'm saying this time it was not Islam or Muslim today. It's called Mohammedanism. But I'm just explaining their story, how Quran come to be, you know, because without the Quran, there was no Islam or Muslim or anything. You see, Mohammedanism time, they don't have a literature, they don't have a Quran. So that was on for like 600 years, you see. So there was no book for them. But I must explain how this book become. Because without it, there will be no Islam or Muslim we know today. But I'm just talking a little bit about their Prophet Muhammad when they said he was born, and when he received this from God, and that God gave the message to the little bird to give the message to Muhammad. So that's why I just explaining for listeners can see how this story, if it makes sense to them or what, till I get to the real story, they can compare them, which one makes sense. So that's why I'm going step by step. See, so that's their story. But it could not make any sense anyway. So now they say Muhammad, 632 AD, Muhammad passed away, he died according to them. Anyway, so that's their story. But now I'm going to my research, the way I find out how Mohammedanism was there become today. They call it Islam, Muslim today you call it, but that's the root they got their Islam came from. Because every time the way our ancestors' way of life, they always hijack our way of life, turn into some kind of religion. And they use our own people to make it possible for them. You see? Because my first video, couple of videos, but the last video I make with Kweli, I said here that all the religions, Christianity is the first religion that was created. And that no one can go around that. Without Christianity, it was no religion before Christianity. And then also every religious people, Christian or whoever, you can see this. The guy was even talking about Alexander, when he come to the continent. So this is what I said the other video. Can they find anything before Alexander come to that territory? They can show you any religious that they call today Christianity before Alexander come to Egypt. Today we call Egypt. It was Kemet, like a name keeps changing. But what I'm saying, they cannot find anything. So right there, that should clear to everyone. Christianity later on, when it become through Serapis, the Savior God, and then from Serapis is General Ptolemy, carry the same Savior all the way to different Ptolemy, because there's so many different Ptolemy, okay? So from there, they carry all the way to 325 AD, Council of Nicaea. That's where Jesus' story come in. You see, that's where they create Jesus. So from there, they go in all the way to 451 AD. That's finally Christianity start. So you can see time by time, meeting by meeting, all the way, but you have to have Serapis image first. Like I said, the other video, they fight so hard to get that image. So once they got that image with our two deity, so that give them way, all the way, different meeting, different council meeting, all the way to 325. So I don't know how our people can see things like that when they do their research. It's so clear, it's right there. You see, but I don't know. They just go with the thing, I guess, like I said, the money or the fame or whatever. So, that's the way it is. But it's clear.
Yeah.
Who want to know the truth, you can go and find out. You don't have to believe what we're saying. You can go research your thing. They got a meeting after meeting. Why they doing all these council meetings? Why?
Yeah.
So you have to know the reason why. Right. Reason why they doing it. So all the way to that. But what I'm saying today that Muslims, this is how we come. This the guy, 1051 AD, Spain, Spaniards, the Europeans, they asked Africans, our ancestors, the Melanesian people, 1051 AD, they tell them to come to Spain and to help to build Spain, to help them to create constitution or institution, to build a history for them, because Europeans could not build anything. They could not create anything. So they asked our ancestors to come to Spain to build, to create institution for Spaniards. You see, that was 1051 AD. Many people don't know this kind of history, but this is the truth. Our people went there. They don't go there by conquering them first. They don't go there by killing them or anything. They ask them to come, and they enter there through Gibraltar and to, I think, Morocco. It has a border with Spain, and it's like 8 or 9 miles by the sea. That's where they enter to Spain, you see? But they come there by their requests to come help them.
You're talking about the Strait of Gibraltar?
Gibraltar, yes. That's where they got through to, that area to Spain, Morocco.
Yeah, the Strait of Gibraltar.
It's very close to Spain. It's just by sea. It's like 8 or 9 miles to Spain by the sea. So this is the time our ancestors went there to go. They accept the request from the Spaniards to come. So they got there, and they do what they do, because our ancestors, they are builders. That's what they do. They build, because before they even go, that's another time they went there, but like the other video I say, we was migrated to all over the place before these white people are on this planet, So we are all over the place, you see? So, but this is another time the Europeans called Spaniards, when they got the place, they call it Spani. So they call our people to come to help them to build, because they know our people are builders. That's what we do. So they come there 1051 to Spain to build. And then when they there for all that years, okay, so 1051 AD, that was 970 years ago. So 1165 AD, okay, so this is the guy that name I'm going to tell everyone. can do the research on this guy's name, this is the name that, as I keep going, this is the one that they're going to use his teaching through we call first Mohammedanism, and they become Islam, Muslim we know today. But this is the guy, he 1165 AD, Ibn al-Arabi, alias Muhammad. He was born in Spain. He was born by a black woman and black man. His parents, they come from like I just said, the story, they come from the continent that come built for Spaniards. So this guy was born in Spain 114 years after Africans went to Spain. He was born 856 years ago. After his forefathers and mothers went there by Spaniards to come build, 114 years later, this guy called Ibn al-Arabi, alias Muhammad, was born in Spain. Okay? So after he was born, then he grew there, he go to school, and then he do all these things. During all his young time, his parents telling him about melanated people, who we are, what kind of history we have, and that what kind of history he was born to. That's not who our history was. So he kind of from young age, he start interested in the things that he heard from his parents about melanated people and back to the continent. That he heard things that he liked, things that he heard. And once he finished his school, he kept interesting things that he heard about our ancestors' way of life, spiritual, all element of nature. And this is the thing that he interesting. He kept teaching this kind of thing. So in Europe at that time, okay? So this guy was born that time, okay? So he was a scholar, philosopher, and mystic, okay? And his full name was Abu Bakr Ibn al-Arabi, alias Muhammad. You see? So he wrote many books. That's what he do. He wrote many books. So I'm going to tell one book people can look up, and then after that they can find many books by this guy. This is not somebody that is a story just like that. No, this is a real person who lived to this planet. This is not a joke. This is a real person, okay? So he got a book. He wrote many books. He got many books, but one book name, I'm going to give it, the title was Universal Tree and the Four Bird. That's one of the title, one of the book that he wrote. He wrote many, many books. So when they look at that, they would see. But this one is called Universal Tree and the Four, the Universal Tree and the Four Bird. And then he practiced the philosophy of mononism. Life came from one source. This is what he do. So people can look it up. Okay? So this guy, he teach our ancestors what his parents taught him about melanated people, who we are. So it's not, we're not religious people. We are spiritual in nature, some people. So he followed the same way he heard from his parents. But even though our time, a lot of them are, because this time it's only Christianity was on this time. So, but he teaching our ancestors spiritual. So to make people, for melanated people to know who they are, to go back to the nature, to be yourself, nature, because nature is on you, we in nature. So that's who we are. So he's interested to teach people to wake them up. And that's what he do in those parts of the world, the Europe, especially Spain. So then when he grew up until he finished his school, then he started to be very popular in that area. But his main point to go back to the continent. So then he migrated back to the continent in Africa, today, so-called Africa. Okay, so he migrated back. And then when he migrated to Africa, he continued his teaching the way he do, to wake people up, to go back the way melanated people are, nature. So he started teaching that things to that part of when he migrated to that area. But at the time he's in the continent, he based on the area called the Middle East today. But like I say, at time that is part of the continent. So he based that area, he go to Egypt area today called, he was Kemet, and they go all deeper to west and all of that. He do traveling, but he's based in this other area. Today they call it East Africa or North Africa, you know. So that's where when he migrated back to the continent, he kept teaching the same way that he was gonna bring the same information to our people, because that time our people lose who we are. They go turn into Christianity by force or whatever, So they don't do any more our rituals or anything like that. It's all about this Christianity. So he reminding them who we are. So he become very, very popular when he migrated back to the continent. So he become more popular, and now people are leaving Christianity and joining him. They like, because they don't see anybody teach our spiritual way of life, nature. So he come from Europe, migrated there, following his ancestors' way to wake people. So he become very popular. See, so he keep teaching the way and he do a lot of things. Today you will call psychics or poultry or whatever, but that's what he do. See, and then so from there he keep teaching what he do, and then when he migrate there, he meet old woman, 95 years, melanated African, you might call it today, whatever, but melanated woman is 95 years old when the time this guy migrated there, 94 to 95. So he meet this woman. So when he meet this woman is very, very knowledgeable woman. Is very educated through the history, who we are. But even this woman, his name was Fatima bin Al-Alia. That's the name of the woman, Fatima bin Al-Alia. She become this guy mentor, Ibn al-Arabi, Elias Muhammad. She become his mentor. So they become very, very close. And this woman, she can go to sleep and dream a lot of information, according to this history that I heard. And this woman be passing this information to Al-Arabi, Elias Muhammad. So they become very close. And the old woman like this guy too. He like Ibn al-Arabi. Fatima like him, because to her, she never see anyone, even though before this guy migrated back to the continent, she herself some point to become Christian when they hijack our way. So she grew till she get old. But she know the history. But she know that that Christianity, that's not her ancestors' way of life. But when this guy migrated there, Al-Arabi, so they become very tight friends. They become close. She become his mentor. So she give him a lot of information. So she can go to sleep and get the information, passing to this guy, and then now they're working together to wake our people up. So many people now live in Christianity, joining their way of his teaching. But the beginning himself doesn't call Muhammad Nishim. His followers, I know melanated people that follow him, they start because they live in Christianity, joining the way he teach, they call it his teaching Muhammad Nishim. So, that's how Muhammad Nishim first become. They call it Muhammad Nishim. So they use his teaching, called Muhammad Nishim. So that's how he continued teaching. And the ritual he do is all about ancient. Today, the Muslims, a lot of them, they use them today. But he use a lot of rituals. He do like the other video I talk about in Makkah. I'm going to get there later on. But he use all kind of element of nature. he used like teaching about phalanx, atlas, So he create some area and throw some kind of rocks at the atlas. Call it that he's calling his ancestors to bring blessing or whatever kind of ritual he do, just to remind people what we are, those kind of things. And then he teach about women, the wombs, how life come to this planet. So you cannot have life without come to the woman and all of that. So that's how he teach about nature. You got to follow everything through nature. So that's the teaching he do. You see? So that's the teaching he do, and then these followers leave Christianity and join his way of teaching. He become very popular, so they use that, and then they keep using that teaching, So that become the way of thing. Many leave the thing. So 1240 A.D. Albin al-Arabi, Elias Muhammad. He passed away. He died. Okay, he passed away. So 1301 A.D., 61 years after he died, and Ottoman Turkey start using his teaching for their religious belief, called Mohammedanism, because Mohammedanism was there before Turkey Empire. But when they become empire, Turks, they see that many using this thing, but the earlier was spiritual. Like I say, himself don't call it Mohammedanism, but his followers say Mohammedanism. Whatever name they use, they make Mohammedanism, I don't know. But that's why his followers call his teaching Mohammedanism. But he was spiritual. It's all nature, okay? And then Turkmen Turks, when they come to power, after he passed away 61 years, when he died, Ottoman Turks come to power, they start joining, they too are Christian, because the other video I say, all that area, all of them, that's why Christianity is the first religion, because Muslims today, Mohammedanism, they are all Christian. And then when he come teaching this way, they leave that to make it spiritual. His followers start calling Mohammedanism. But anyway, it's a spiritual at the beginning for a long little while. But when Turkmen Turks come to power and use the same thing, his teaching through their religious belief, but they use the name Mohammedanism. So to recruit more people, which he work for them. And what they do, they use it genocide. They go around and conquering people and killing people. So what they do, that was 761 years when Turkmen started using his teaching to their belief. Today we call it Mohammedanism, become Islam. So that's the European Turks invade the so-called Middle East today. So they invade to convert them to Christianity. They convert them from Christianity to Mohammedanism. Because European Turks are Europeans. They all come from Europe. See? But they keep invading each other. Even today, it's still going on today. You see? But that's the time Turkmen start using this teaching called Mohammedanism. They join in and they conquering everywhere. They started that Middle East area first. They turn all of them. They are Christian, and then they turn them from Christianity to Mohammedanism. That's possible through Ottoman Turks. So they the one first invade the Middle East to make it from Christianity and make it Mohammedanism. So, and then that's how they use. So Mohammedanism was on, it was on for 600 years, Mohammedanism. Then, all the way that time it was on. So I'm going to jump now to the Quran, how the Quran become. And then later on, I'm going to come where the Quran finished, and then Turkmen history become again, because it's a step by step. So 1870 A.D., the scholars from the Jewish University of France, Paris, the scientists, the Caucasian, Neanderthal, all of them are Neanderthal. Anyway, these are the scholars from the University of France, Paris, France. They travel into Syria to prepare the Quran that we know today. This is not a story that I tell at the beginning of the Quran, how Quran become today we know as a Quran. That's their story. Earlier, the way I started. Now, this is how the Muhammad Nishim, the guy, Ibn al-Arabi, Elias Muhammad. So that's the story they use for Muhammad Nishim. But what I'm saying, the Quran become 1870 AD. The scholars come from France. Mostly they all come from France University, but some of them from Germany or England, few of them, but most of them, majority of them from France University, the Jew, okay, the China Jew. So they travel in there, they meet their counterpart. Those people that are in the area called Syria, they are Muhammad Nishim. First they're Christian, but then they turn most of them to Muhammad Nishim. But they have some counter people there too, join them, few, but most of them from Europe to prepare the Quran. That was 1870 AD, okay? So they prepared the Quran, and that was prepared the Quran till 150, it took 151 years ago, when they do. So it took them 49 years to write the Quran, and the Quran was finished 1919 AD, you see? So that was 102 years ago, 1919. From 1870 AD, these Europeans traveling to Syria and to prepare the Quran for the Muslims, because remember I said to you, they are Christian first before they even be called Muhammad Nishim, which our people used to this guy teaching called Ibn al-Arabi, but he don't say Muhammad Nishim, but he teach spiritual because that's who we are. But his followers like it, so they say Muhammad Nishim, that's what everybody call it, Muhammad Nishim, and Turkey make it very popular, the Ottoman Empire. But the Ottoman Empire was on all the way to 1919. 1919, the Quran was finished. So when it was finished by these European scholars, and then they know that Quran about to be finished, talking about the power, the Europeans. So they start now to destroy Ottoman Empire, because Ottoman Empire, they want join, leave from Christianity and join this thing called Muhammad Nishim, and they want to make it very popular around the world, because they go around the world conquering people, enslaving people, and they go around, put the sword to people's throat, say Muhammad Nishim or die. So you accept it or you die. That's how Ottoman Empire used this called Muhammad Nishim. They go around telling you, you join it or you die. If you don't, they kill you, or they slave you, they kill you. That's what they do. So, but Quran was finished 1919. So at the same 1919, the Europeans now, they decide now to destroy Ottoman Empire, Turkey, to destroy them. So, and they did. They destroyed. Ottoman Empire was finished 1919. But Muhammad Nishim still there. You see? Because he was there before them. Even though they joined it, they still make it bigger and conquering, killing people or whatever. But nonetheless, they use it. So they want to make it very big. But then they decide to destroy Ottoman Empire. So they destroyed in 1919. And when they did, they destroyed it, but still Muhammad Nishim was on. And then thing was going on from that time. So after that, and Muhammad Nishim's now 1924 AD. So when the Quran was finished 1919, the Muhammad Nishim world didn't accept it. But they don't have literature called Quran today. They don't have a book. Already the same Jew write the Bible for the Christians, because they all, even the Jew, they all are Christians at the beginning. After the first religion was created, they all part of that religion. So they the one come out with the book called Bible, Hebrew Bible. They give it that to Christian because they're part of it. I said the other video. So And then after that, they come out with their own Bible called Torah for the Jew. The real Jews don't read the Bible, but they're the one who wrote the Bible for the Christian, because they self are part of the Christianity, the beginning. You see? But it's all game and power, who's gonna be leader of what. But the Jews that wrote all these books, they focus on, because they put the figures, the prophet, whatever you call them, they all Jew. You see? Because they are Jew. So they make sure every prophet in these three books are Jew. You see? But they play a game on their own people, because they all play a game with each other anyway. So, but that's what they focus. So they wrote the Bible for the Christians, and later on they wrote their own Torah for them, called Jew, the Hebrews, okay? So when the Quran was finished in 1919, now they destroyed Ottoman Empire, but Muhammad Nissim was on this 1924 AD, okay, 5 years later, Abdul Aziz al-Assad was chosen by the British government to be the first king of Arabia. That was 997 years ago. You see? Because 1919 the Quran was finished. This time there was no called Islam or Muslim today, and there was no Makkah, there was no Medina, or all these names they're telling us today. This time, 1919, is none of those names are in that area. Okay? But the people don't know this thing. But when the Quran finished 1919, it's a game now. They destroy Ottoman Empire now. So Muhammad Nissim was there, so they have to come out with the whole game to make sure that Muhammad Nissim name, the history, when people not going to know, the generation will born will know what is the truth, what went wrong, or what is what. So they make sure they destroy Ottoman Empire, and then they make sure Muhammad Nissim, you wouldn't hear anymore. So later on, that's Islam or Muslim today gonna come. But before that, this 1924 AD, the British created this guy called Abdul Aziz al-Assad. They choose him to be the first king of Arabia. You can Google this, the first king ever created and place they call it today Arabia. And he was created by British. That's the fact. You see? So now, after that 1924, 1919, the Quran was finished, and then the game was going on, and then they prepare the king of Arabia, they created, they choose this guy, will be the first king of Arabia, okay? So, in 1926 AD, 7 years after finishing the Quran, that's 1919 to 1919 to 1926, it was 7 years, later. And then this is the time the Muslims had their first ever Islamic meeting took place. So this is why earlier I was saying their story about 622 AD, about Prophet Muhammad prepared the Quran and all of that, but they never have a meeting all the way to 1926 AD. So it took them 1,300 years to have their first meeting. But you see, their story cannot make a sense, because why it took them 1,300 years to have their first ever, that time is Muhammad Nissim, but they never have the meeting. All the world today we know to get together to talk about, their religion today we call Islam. But that time it was Muhammad Nissim. It never happened till 1926 AD. In this 1926 AD, that time is still not Islam. It's still Muhammad Nissim, okay? And that meeting took place in where? Cairo, Egypt, today, So this is the where that meeting took place, okay? So it was like after that, they have that meeting in Cairo, Egypt. So it's like all these things that they're telling people is kind of weird, you know. So it doesn't make any sense the way they tell the story. But this is how the story goes down.
Has joined.
It's like, hello? All these things that they're telling people, hello, it's weird, you know. So
what's going on with the economy in America right now? Seems like everything is on pause.
This is how the story goes down. Somebody's interrupting the situation. All these things that they're telling people,
Pulling your brief.
you know. So
What's going on with the economy in America right now? Seems like everything is on pause.
Is that a new caller or is that DSA? 760-810?
yeah. Anyway, I don't know what it was that, but anyway. So like I said, that was taken that the Quran was finished, and they have their first meeting in 1926 AD. So this time they wait the start the Hajj to Mecca. Cairo had been the location for Hajj and the center of the Muslim of the Muhammad nation world. You see, that time, 1926, Cairo, Egypt was the center of the Islamic world. I mean, Muhammad nation world today called Islam. Okay, so after that, King Abdul Aziz Al Saud came to power. Like I say, British chose him to be the first king, 1924. So when he became the power later on, a couple years later, he and into power, and the Mecca and Medina become the popular city for the Islamic world. That was 95 years ago. So if you do your study, Byzantine and Ottoman Turks history, okay, from 395 to 1919 AD, you will find no mention of Mecca, Medina, or Prophet Muhammad. Okay, these two empires, you wouldn't hear their story. You go do your research on their history. This time, you wouldn't hear any mention of Mecca or Medina or Prophet Muhammad. You see? Because he did not exist, you know, in real life. Mecca was not even known as Mecca. It was previous name was Makoraba. The Makoraba, they turned that to Mecca. You see? So all these names are modern day. Like the other video I tell you, Turkey, today, all that name today, Turkey, Ankara, Istanbul, all these are modern day. So, but Constantinople, Chalcedon, you know, Ephesus, those the area they used to call those cities names. But they turned them to this modern day when they create Turkey. And just like Middle East also, they tell the place they call Middle East. So their names there today, they change all of them. But the point is, all of them changed. Mecca was used to call Makoraba. Now they call it Mecca. Okay, in 1924, there was no Mecca. Okay, there was no Medina anywhere in the history. You go to Ottoman Empire, you wouldn't see anywhere they mention Mecca or Medina. Okay? But that's the year 1919 they was destroyed. Anyway, so that's the thing. In 1919 AD, after the fall of Ottoman Empire and the formation of the League of Nations in 1920 AD, they give the British and France the land region in Northeast Africa. These regions are the so-called Middle East and Turkey, the Turkey that they give Turkey to Europe. So Middle East and Turkey for Europe. Okay? So British and French. So the British and French issues this land to their handpicked puppet. For example, the son of Sharif Hussein Abdullah was picked as the king of Jordan. Another one of Sharif's son Hussein Faisal was made king of Iraq, so-called Iraq today. Okay, and then the second one they make the king of Iraq, so-called Arabia, was chosen under the British and French control from that time until now. And the other part of, we call it today Africa. All this area, whether it's the Middle East or it's other part, whatever country you're going to call it Africa, all be controlled by these two people. I mean, all of them, but especially British and French. That's why they all colonized our continent. They all has a part of our continent. Even to go all other Europeans, they all have the place they call it Africa. See? So this is how the history go down. But still they're controlling our continent all over the place. But, yes?
1 second, I'm trying to bring the other caller in right quick. But hold your thought right there.
Sure.
Area code 760, are you on the line? Going once for 760, area code 760, are you here?
Thanks, bro.
Hello? What's your name and where you calling from?
First.
Okay, I guess.
You know, Episcopalian, elementary Episcopalian, so that's next.
Area code 760, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
What's your name and where you calling from?
Apple Valley, California.
What's your name?
Shannon.
Shannon, okay, did you have a question or a comment?
No, I just wanted to tell you thank you because I remember when I first met you, you were talking about astrology and, you know, we had a little back and forth. So I appreciate what you do. I like watching you. I like how you just listen and let people express themselves.
Oh, okay.
Really appreciate it.
Well, I appreciate you
coming
in and participating.
Yeah, I'm going to keep listening to you live, okay?
Okay.
Do you mind if my dad listens with the phone on or you want me to turn it off?
Oh, no, that's fine. But I'm gonna press the mute, okay? If you wanna ask a question or something, just press *2.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, that was cool. I thought she might have had a question or something. Well, you can pick up where you left off.
Ah, okay, cool. All right, yeah. So this is how Quran become, as we know in today, Quran. So the truth is, Quran was prepared by the Europeans. So, and the scholars come from France University, just like I just explained everything. I tell the date, 1870, all the way to 1990. It took them 49 years to prepare the Quran. And the first meeting of the Muslim or Mohammedanism world, because that time there was no, today we call it Islam or Muslim, but Mohammedanism, when they destroyed the Turkey Empire, this thing still on. So, but they have to prepare for the Quran. So this how the Jews, the European, the Zionists, prepare another book called the Quran. Because they prepare all the two books first, the Bible and Torah. And then now they see chance again to create the Quran for the Muslims. You see, that's why I say again, all the prophets, mostly only Muhammad, they say that's not Arabic, I mean a Jew. But for all the Moses, Jacob, Isaiah, all those prophets, all of them are Jew. You see? But when the time they're going to bring Muhammad's story there for the Muslim, because they changing Mohammedanism now to Muslim Islam today, we call it. So they have to change everything to make sure people don't know the truth. You see? So this is how Islam coming in. But the Quran was prepared by the Jew, the University of France, Paris. They want come scholars, and then they two all together still is 72 scholars. The same 72 scholars they put in their Quran story, but there they say Muhammad get the story from God, from bird called Gabriel, and Gabriel, that's a little bird, bring the message to Muhammad to prepare the Quran, and they put 72 scholars, different room to prepare the Quran. So you see, that's their story, but this is the real story. I mean, this is the truth. This is not even just story. This is the truth how Quran come to be as we know today Quran. It was prepared by these Jewish science scholars. Okay? And then it was started 1870 AD, finished 1990. It took them 49 years to finish the Quran. But for their story, why it took them all that long to have their first ever in the history, 1926. They cannot find you any history of Mohammedanism or Islam, Muslim you call it today. They cannot find you any information that they have a meeting, accurate information before 1919. I mean, before 1926, because the Quran was finished 1919, according to these Jewish scholars come from Europe. So it was finished in 1919. It took them 49 years. And then 7 years later, they called the first Islamic or Mohammedanism, whatever you're going to call it. Their first ever meeting took place. And that place was Cairo, Egypt. It was not Makkah they tell today. Every time that was Makkah. Even they go to Hajj and it's starting in Cairo. Okay? And then after Cairo, it moved to Jerusalem. It was in Jerusalem, Israel, for another 14 years. Then it moved back to the Arabia center there called Saudi Arabia today. But many people don't know this thing. I mean, they just go with the belief. Okay? But you can see from what the point is, 1300, why it took them so long. If Muhammad's story that they say the Prophet Muhammad's story was the truth, why it took them 1300 to have their first Islamic meeting in 1926? Why? But in a scholar, the real scholars that come from France prepare 1870 AD to 1919, okay, 49 years for them to prepare the Quran, and it finished 49 years, and then 7 years later, they got a meeting. And before the meeting, I tell you, in 1926, British have to choose the king of Arabia, the first king. You see? So you can see there, things kind of make a sense. Okay? So that's how Quran we know today. But they're going to say every way to twist our brain, confuse us, keep following them, and then we think the way that we're going to be free or we got the truth. But no, we don't. This is why no matter what we do, we black melanated people of the planet, we never get free. Because we all pick on this thing called whatever religion you're going to call it. We say, no, that's come from us. We even take it from them, say they take it from us. See, because when you talk to these people, that's what they tell you. They say, oh, this white man, they will tell you, oh, Christianity come from us, Africa. Oh, Christianity, we created. How we create that? They force us to create that for them. I tell that story I tell that information in the other video. Because you cannot have a Christianity till you go to the Serapis. And Serapis take you all the way to keep passing to Ptolemy, all the way to Jesus to 325 AD. Jesus coming in. Jesus go all the way to, Ephesus 31 to all the way to Chalcedon 451. That's the officially Christianity start. Why people can see this thing? Why it's harder? Information is right there. It's so clear. But they're going to deny all that information, go with just belief and story, and some of them will bring you some kind of book telling somebody wrote whatever to make this thing validate, to make it is real. See, that's the confusion is all over the place. But when you go through history, you go there century by century, you see how they create this thing and where they started, how it become. It takes a long time to get to, who we are today. And also they all part of the false Christianity. That has to be clear to everyone. But a lot of Muslims will tell you, no, they're here before Christianity. They are the first, the religions are the real. Christians will tell you, oh, no, we are the first. Yes, Christian is the first religion, yes. But it's not real. It's all made up to confuse only, and they create all of these things just to confuse our melanated people. Because they know when we all wake, we all know who we are. We don't go down with this bullshit anymore, this foolishness. We really truly love ourselves, love yourself first, and love you, our nature. That's where life is. But they're going to tell you to be good, you got to read the Bible or the Quran or the book to be good. I mean, it's unbelievable, but that's how they get us. So this is how the Quran history go down. So Quran history also, that without Quran, Islam and Muslim come. This is the way how it become, because without, it's 3 different things, maybe 4. I'm going to explain all of them. Quran came through, created the Muslim called today, and sacrifice. Sacrifice, Quran, and God. Because I tell you, I'm an Arabi, when he's teaching, what he do is about spiritual. He teaches spiritual. Okay, they twist that to Islam today or Muslim, Mohammedanism, whatever you're going to call it. But his way of teaching to melanated people, not any other color, melanated people around the world, to go back who our ancestors was, spiritual, not any religion. That's his focus. And this old woman give him Fatima, then Aliyah, give him a lot of wisdom and a lot of knowledge. He got knowledge himself before, but this woman give him a lot of knowledge. And they join together to teach our people about spiritual. Okay? So this is what they do. You see, now the Muslims, when they become called Muslim, when they destroy Turkey Empire, all of this Ottoman Empire was destroyed. Till after 1926, after all the Muslim meeting now, because first when the Quran finished 1919, the Mohammedanism world didn't accept the Quran. It took them a couple of years, maybe 1, 2, but it took them, a couple of years before they accepted. But they don't have any religious book. So, and the Turkey Empire was destroyed. So now the people decide that they need to accept this book. But that all planned by these Europeans, the masters. So they create the Quran for them. The Quran was finished. Now they destroy Turkey Empire. Now Mohammedanism name too has to destroy to finish, to be gone. So they're gonna come out with the call Islam or Muslims today. But that has to happen through Quran, God, and so-called so-called like you have a Quran, God, and sacrifice. Right, sacrifice. Because how sacrifice? Without this 3 things, God, that's a man deity. Our ancestors, when the spiritual was there, called Mohammedanism, they make it Mohammedanism, but it's a spiritual. They don't have God. God is a man deity. Later it's going to turn to Allah. But my other first video, before last video, I said to you, the Mohammedanism world, later on, people start using, because the teaching is about spiritual and female, the womb. See? So that's what our people do. So this is what they use. They call it alat. Alat, when the Muslim become no more Mohammedanism, so they have to change female deity to man deity called Allah. Allah is a man deity just like God. God is a man deity. That's why when they talk and they say he. You see? So now they take like Christians do, what they are part of it before. Like I said, that's where they come from. They join in to be a whatever, but they come from Christianity. So a Christianity deity is a man deity called God. Now they're changing Mohammedanism to Muslim Islam today, so destroy Turkey Empire, so they have to change everything. And then that comes with sacrifice God through Islam called Allah. No more Allah, female. It become Allah, like God, man deity. So, and sacrifice. How sacrifice? You remember that everyone know in the Bible, it tell you about, I said the other video, about Abraham has a two sons, Jacob and Ishmael. Ishmael was the first son of Abraham. And for, Abraham don't have a child with his wife, Sarah, all the way 35 or whatever, they decide to have a child, he choose a black woman named Hagar and to have their first child. Anyway, everyone know that story, the ones that know, anyway. So, but the first child of Abraham was by black woman called Hagar, even though it's a story. It's not true. It doesn't happen. But that's the way they put it down, So this Hagar was black woman, has a son by Abraham, but Abraham named this son Ishmael. Ishmael, he's first Arab people on this planet. Any Arab people you call, whatever color they are, especially those Neanderthal white Arabs over there, you call them, they all will tell you their genetic come from Ishmael. Ishmael is the first Arab ever exist on this planet. So you can see why when the Quran become the same prophet is in Bible, is in Torah, it's going to be on the Quran also. You see? So it's a game, but the books wrote by the Jew. That's why they empower everyone. I'm going to get to there too, because they play game down the way. They all play each other, and they play the whole world also. You see? But this is the way that sacrifice, God, man deity, and Quran come to being. So Abraham got his son, Ishmael, and then for, 86 years, Ishmael was born. And then when he was born, God gave Abraham, God gave all the power, all the blessing to Ishmael. That's his first son. So he got all the power. So till age 14, and there you go. God say again, hey, Abraham, I'm going to give you another son called, it's going to be your own blood entity, called Hebrew. It's going to be a son. It's going to be your Hebrew. This one is going to be your real Hebrew son. Okay? Or Abraham said, oh, well, God, I am too old. I can't have no child. I'm too old for that. God said, well, I am the God. I'm your God, so I can do anything. Now I decide to give it to you. All right? Whatever. Boom. The lady got pregnant. Okay, Sarah got pregnant. When Ishmael was 14 years later, Sarah got pregnant. And Sarah, this time in Abraham, they are what? Almost 100 years, 99 or 100. You see? So she got pregnant because God said so. And they give birth to, Isaac. And then after Isaac was born, and then God said, oh, now, well, Abraham, this is your son, so all the blessing now, take it from Ishmael, I'm going to give it to Isaac. So Isaac is your only son again. So now he don't know Ishmael anymore. But Isaac become his blood and only son. All right, so the lady, Sarah said, well, Ishmael and Hagar cannot be around them anymore. They don't need them. So they have to go. and they kicked them. They cast them out. You see, that's the story they say. And then they cast them out, and then before they left, Abraham gives bottled water to Ishmael and his mother, Hagar, the black woman. And then that's all he give it to them. No food, no anything, but he do give them bottled water. He said to drink the bottled water. And they take this bottled water with them according to the story. And then they go to the desert wandering around. And there you go, they eat that, they drink that water, but no food. And God appeared to them and turned that bottled water that Abraham gave it to them, God turned that bottled water to bread for them to eat. And then they eat that bread. After eating that, God, nowhere, boom, it appeared a big bottle of water or whatever, large bottle, I don't know, but another bottle of water. God appeared that to them again. And they tell Ishmael, take this bottle of water back to Abraham and tell Abraham that I have a message for him. I want him to do things for me if I'm his God. So take this to him. And Ishmael went back to his father, Abraham, which even though he kicked him out anyway, but he went back there with that bottle of water that God appeared that bottle of water to him. And they said, take this to your Abraham. So when he got there, according to the story, God himself, they call it he anyway, appear to Abraham. So he tell Abraham, I want you to take this bottle of water. You're going to build Kaaba, and where it's going to be a worship place. But before you do that, you're going to pass my test. If you pass this test, then I will believe that I am your God. Abraham said, so what was that, God? He said, then what I want you to do, first you have to sacrifice your son, Isaac, because that's his favorite son. See the story? So he said, you got to sacrifice your son, and that for you to go build this Kaaba for me. And Abraham said, okay, whatever you say, God, that's what I'm going to do. So he said, okay. And then so now they prepare all that time to announce it according to whatever, to let everybody know what's going to go down. They fixed the date, what's going to go down, the sacrifice day. So it's going to be those days, Friday to Saturday to Sunday. This is why the old religion got something to do with these days also. But anyway, so this is how the sacrifice too come into the story. So, and Abraham put Isaac down, try to sacrifice Isaac, and then God appeared to Abraham. He tell Abraham, wait, stop, don't do it. And then I can see you accept me as your God. I'm the only God you ever have. So I'll be the only God you're going to have from now on. No other God. I am your God, and I can see you accept me because you're ready now to sacrifice your son for me, your favorite son. But don't do that. Instead of sacrificing your son, Isaac, I give you animals. You sacrifice the animals instead of your son because you accept me as I'm your God. This is how this sacrifice come to the Islam. Quran came, and, God called Allah, man deity, comes in. You see? So that's how this sacrifice, without this sacrifice and Quran, it will be no Islam, today, or called Muslim Islam today. Islam and Muslim, it depends on sacrifice. That's what is the main point, sacrifice. And that's the story that all Muslims today around the world believe. This is what happened. And that's how they do sacrifice. Every year, they got a particular month, they go to Makkah, they have to do that sacrifice to animals. Because if they don't, according to the story, they don't sacrifice, God doesn't change it to give the animals to do that. That means every man will sacrifice your own son, your favorite son. But God changed animal instead of your son, your own blood. So you do to the animals. This is how sacrifice come to the religion. And they all do this sacrifice thing. Whether it's a Jew, it's Christians, or Muslim, especially them. So this is how Muhammad Nishim name come out of the scene. People, Muslims today don't know anything about Muhammad Nishim. They don't know anything about it. Just like Christians don't know anything about Serapis. They don't know. Many Christians, you tell them, and that's their foundation to get all the way to today. They call it Christianity, called Jesus, the Son of God. Like I said in the other video, Jesus' name came, but Savior, that was there. You know, that was there before Christ's name was there before Jesus. Long. Christ's name is a title. That always there, from Serapis all the way to N.E.W, all the way to Jesus. So it just used name Jesus. Jesus' name, most of you people know, at time there was no letter J. That's a fact. So if that's the truth, which is the truth, so then you can see just a name they give you, but even though it's not true, because the time they say Jesus, the letter was not there. So that means Jew, name Jew letter start J. Jacob start J. Jesus start J. Joseph start J. Okay? All this start J. So J, but the J letter is not in the English. But today, we close our eyes, our brain, mind, say this is real. But when you go to history, their own English tell you there is no J at certain time of the history. So what's the problem? See? But themselves still tell you this thing is this. Much people, they brainwashing our children, teaching them this thing is real. This is the how problem we in. And we're never going to come out of this thing as long as we keep teaching each other about this foolishness. You see? That's why last time I said that it's not only foolishness, but it's a cancer. It's a sickness. You see? But because they will kill you for this thing. You see? Especially Muslims. You see them around the world today. Even why the Prophet Muhammad story that they tell, no one ever see Prophet Muhammad image, the real image. You can see that. It's a half, when they show, it's like a half down. You don't see the whole image. Its image is it doesn't have an image because it's not true. You see, it's not real. But they stole this guy's story, Amin al-Arabi, Elias Muhammad, that he wrote many, many books. Like anyone do your research, you're going to see. I just gave you one name of the book, but he wrote many, many books. And he's not he's a real human being. He live like we do. See? But no one know, many people don't know anything about this person. But what they know about is called Prophet Muhammad, that's what people dying, people believing. They're killing people that name, just the person never exists. Today they will kill you over this thing. You cannot say anything about this thing or so. Just if you fake image of him, they will kill you for it. It's going on today. Look, even in Africa, the group called Boko Haram. Boko Haram going all over the place. And these are the people, ancestors, was slain, genocide by this so-called Islam or Muslim today. Even the earlier Mohammedanism, like I say, when it was hijacked by Turkey, now it become worse. You call it Mohammedanism because it's not how our ancestors start using it to this guy teaching. Okay? When they join in, they use it to genocide, to conquer all over the place. You accept it or you die. But the point is, the Boko Haram over there, or they in Mali or whatever, what they do, they killing people. They killing people over this thing. And these are people, melanated people, four parents or ancestors was destroyed by this thing. And today, these people are the army fighting force for the same thing destroyed their ancestors. Humiliate them. But when you're Islam or Muslim, you call it today, You don't want to hear anything. You want to hear this thing is real, and you want to keep teaching people. You don't want to hear any criticism about this thing. But they will kill you at the spot. It's no game about that. But what I'm saying, all this destruction for something that is not real. But to them, most of them don't know. They think this thing is real. Because that's what they know, or they don't do any research to find out. Only thing they will do, try to prove that it's real. That's what I said the other video. All these scholars, whether it's the Christian scholars, all of them going around try to prove this thing is real. Because they want these things to be real. That's what they do. Even most of them, higher one that has education, know that it's not real, but they're going to make this real because they're making money, famous, whatever you want to call it. You see? But our melanated people, we are suffering, but we all part of this thing that destroy our way of life. We don't know our true way of life, most of us. We don't know, and we don't want to know. Because if you want to talk to them, they don't want to hear you. For me, I know when I try, people don't want to hear. And then I know some people who listen to me right now, they think that I am out of my mind. I don't know what I'm talking about. Because that's what they do. They don't want to hear it. You know, no matter what you want to show them facts, they don't want to hear you. They think the time you part of the thing, you think the same way. But thank the Creator, we people that are waking, we know not only waking, we go research and think our really, melanated brain, go back to things. So sometimes also I try to hear people, that's always English saying. They say, backward never, forward always. Before I believed that. But right now, the way I see things, I say no. Not for melanated people. You cannot forward, you don't know where you come from. You got to go back and know who you are, and then you go back, and then you get from there, and then you move on. Which you go back to know who you are, and then you move on. But you can't say, backward never, forward always. I mean, for us, we got to go back if we want to be forward, because as I see, we're not forwarding. We going back. I mean, we stay the way we are. When I say back, though, I mean, we didn't go back, but we just the way we are. We never get ahead. We always are the lowest everywhere. Even our area, we call it, we own it. We don't own anything. And anywhere planet we are, we just part of the thing that destroy us, but we make it is real for us. So this is the problem we all in. And they don't want to hear people, the one that really wish our people can see the way we see things, the way we know things. Not we believe. We believed before. I believed before, but I don't believe anymore. I cannot believe things. I can't. Because if I just believe, I don't know anything. That's what belief is all about. You don't know. So instead of just believe, you know. So if you know, then you have a children, you teach them, and then they teach their children. It goes on and on and on. Then melanated people, we will be stronger, we will be respected, we will be who we're supposed to be. But these people know they hijack everything from us, and then anything we do, they hijack it, turn into religion, and use us with it. As long as we part of it, they cool. Because they cannot be succeed without we melanated people part of all this religion. Without that melanated people, this thing cannot go on. It cannot happen. So they need us for them to use us also, to ignore us, any kind of way you can think of it. This is the game that they have, and they do to melanated people around the world. You see, but this is how this religion from Ahmadism become to today. We call it Islam, Muslim today. But like I say, Makkah, all of these things, it was not there in 1924. So after 1926 AD, then names start changing because Quran come in, sacrifice come in, God, Allah, man, deity come in, so it become changed. So people don't know anything about Mohammedanism. Only they know Muslim Islam. This is the problem we melanated people we have. So I'm sorry, but that's the way things was in our people. And then also the Bible, like I say, the people that wrote these books and things, they all design a Jew. You can see. And then also, you see, Bible is a four gospel. All these four gospel, only one gospel really mention Jesus is a Jew. It's the Gospel of John. Check it out. Gospel of John. That's why everybody say Gospel of John come later. Yes, he do come later, but it come later for reason. Because this time, I tell y'all, when they all Christians, it become Mohammedanism, and then later Jews too that create the book. They too separately create their own religion called Judaism. So what they do, at time, they brought us called Christianity because they're part of it, and then broke away. But then they start, the Christians start against the Jew. Sometimes you hear that in the Bible, they tell you Romans are against the Jew or what thing. But the whole what is behind it, they don't tell you till you do your research on it. It happened in a way, but it's all purpose because they see Jews, they become so too much for the Christians. You see, so they decide against them. And then what the Jew do, they come out with the Gospel of John. And to put there, Jesus is a Jew. So because in the Bible, it tells you there, when you love Jesus, you should love Jew. Because Jesus is a Jew. So that's why John, the Gospel of John, is the only gospel mentioned Jesus is a Jew. Look it up. That's why, and this is the reason why they put it, because they're against them, and then they have to come with game to make sure they was lawful. At time, the Jew, so-called the Zionists, was hating all over the world. But this is game that when they come out with this, Jesus, you love Jesus, you should love Jew, because Jesus is a Jew. That's why I say in the Bible, when you love Jesus, God loves you. When you hate Jesus, God will hate you. When you curse Jesus, Jew, God will curse you because of the Gospel of John, because John make Jesus is a Jew. You see, that's how they got everybody. And they're going around call themselves the chosen people. We saw that story where they stole that came from. And today they're using our own black people called Hebrew Israelites. The Bible is sending them around, killing everybody according to the book. All that tribe they killing, that's their own brothers and sisters according to the book. Any those tribes you call in that territory, they go all the way to the Euphrates River. That's what I say, all that is part of the continent. But every tribe they killing, genociding, is a melanated people. Today they all have different names, part of different thing. But even the Israelites are Canaanites. Canaanites are the Africans. Today they say they're not all of that. Some say they do, but most of them say, a few say they are, some say they don't, because too much confusion all over the place. But Canaanites are African. But the Bible tells you there, Canaanite, may Canaan be the slave of Japheth and Shem, and may God expand Japheth and Shem territory over who? Ham. Who's the Ham according to the Bible? The black. What are we, it's a story, but that's how they say, the Africans. But the Canaanites are Israelites today. They used to be Canaanite. And then the Bible said they be the lowest among all slaves, the Canaanite. But the Canaanite, how they become Israelite? Because Jacob has a war with an angel. And then Jacob win over angel, and God named Israel no anymore. They don't call it anymore. They don't call it no more Canaanites or whatever. They're going to call it Israelite or Israel. But what happened to the people that they turn? It's just a name you don't name. People that you just say, oh, you're not this now, you this. Because they put in the book, and our people going around call they are Hebrew Israelites. You know, But then your story, when yourself read it, you can see it doesn't make any sense at all. Because you can see how also, if it is true, but the history, what I know, angels should be a good character. It's not about character. I want to name, according to the story, I want to name my people or whoever, angel than devil or Satan, right? But then they say Jacob beat angel. How do angel and Jacob would even have a war? For what? I think Jacob should have a war with the devil or have a war with Satan, whatever name you want to call it. Those are the bad character. But angel is a good character. But they make in the Bible or Quran, Torah, they make it Jacob, so-called Jacob, J, which is not in the English anyway, but has a war battle with angel. And they win over angel. And then God named Israel, not anymore Canaanites. They are Israelites, Jew. You see how we've been twist and we've been confused? And these people that you see them every corner wearing all the particular clothes and using our symbol all over the place, that Star of David and all of that symbol they use. You go to Kemet or whatever place over there, you find all of this in the place over there. Thousands of years before they even ever existed this planet. But today they use them, make like that's them, but they don't even know that almost symbol they use, it comes from our real ancestors. You see, we lose everything of the history. And things that destroy our melanated people around the world, we join them whatever way, and we even teach our own parents because they don't know. But that's the way it is. And we're supporting our enemies to destroy our way of life, who we truly are. See, you can go on and on and on. It's so crazy for our people. I can't even believe it. The way that the truth is out there is just right there. But they don't want to accept the truth. They're going to accept the story, fake, not the real. But no, they're going to accept the one that destroyed them. But because of the Bible say, the chosen people are the real people, are the thing you love them, I just say, that's how the loving people become. They stole it, but they make it, that's a Jew, so particular Jew. And our ancestors choosing was there on the wall, okay? Thousands of years, but there didn't say particular tribe of melanated people are the chosen. No, that story say melanated people are the chosen of this planet because we are the one that was here before any other color. So we were chosen by the sun, Amen-Ra. Today we call it the sun. We are some people. Our skin was kissed by the sun. That's why we got the melanin. Our skin is melanated. You know, that's why we look the way we look. We was chosen by the Creator, the Sun, to be on this planet than anybody. And we here thousands of years alone, not with any color. They come just 7,000 years ago, according to the day calendar. But today, melanated people will believe that story, even though they self know that cannot be true for melanated people. But then when it's Adam and Eve story, they're going to say, oh, that's true. So I don't understand there what kind of contradiction themselves can go with that thing. But they're going to know it's not true, but they're going to make it is true. It does not make any sense any way you look at it. So 12 tribes of Israel also, it just every time they got to play a game. That's a sign. 12 zodiac. They use 12 zodiac for 12 tribes of Israel. I mean, it's right there. It's so clear. That's the fact right there. But they're going to tell you, oh, we are 12 tribes, naming all these tribes. Even here, they get crazy because they use Mexicans, all this color, never be slave over here from that continent to here. But they tell you, oh, they were slave. They come from slave ship to over here. I mean, you see how sick we are? You know, and then 12 tribes of Israel, the person that create this Israelite thing over here is a black, according to himself, say is African. You know, I think his name was Arthur Matthew. He said he's from Nigeria. He was born in Nigeria, Lagos. He was the one created these Hebrew Israelites in here, New York City. He moved to Brooklyn and has his headquarters in Brooklyn. Look it up. So he's the founder of Hebrew Israelites in United States in New York City. In 1919, the same 1919, the Quran was finished for the Muslims. But today, the Hebrewites here telling you they're not Africans. They don't have anything to do with it. Whether they are or not, the point is the founder of the Hebrew Israelites here in 1919 is a black man. He said he was born in Africa, Nigeria, Lagos. But at the same article, when you go further, it have two different stories there. Some say he was born in African team, but according to later on, some will say there he was born in the Caribbean, British island. You know, I don't know, St. Cathy or whatever, but one of those islands. That's where he was from. But the point is still a black come from somewhere, which himself say from Nigeria, born in Nigeria, Lagos. Anyway, so, but today, people that going around say they are Hebrew Israelites. They're not black. Some of them say they're not Africans. They are this and that. I mean, it's so crazy. So when we go to the Muslim too, most, I never talk about them too. You see more people that call themselves more today. I tell you the beginning of the story. I said the people that migrated to Spain to go build for Spaniards. That's how this more become. More, any Spanish-speaking person, you ask them, they will tell you, more they call it Moreno. Moreno be turned to more. How? They tell you Islam, 711 AD, Muslims bring Islam to Europe, especially Spain, but all over Europe. They even say they slave people. Slavery thing, yes, they do, but they not. The time they come over there, they don't call Islam or Muslim. That has to be clear. They are Mohammedanism people. Turkey Empire, they want to bring there, and that time was not called Islam or Mohammedanism. Or Islam or Muslim. You see? So that's they want to bring Islam, Mohammedanism to Spain. But already these black African melanated people already there long, because that guy's parents came, he was born, Arabi, Elias Muhammad, he was born 114 years later after he was born. So he become teaching, he liked it, he teach, and then migrated over there, following his ancestors' teaching and thing, till he died. So you can see, Muslim called today or Islam, do not bring Islam to Europe or to Spain. Our black people already there. But what happened when the Ottoman Empire started their campaign, turning everybody to Mohammedanism, which they hijacked it became the worst thing to be in. So they conquer all the Middle East, their own brothers there, turn them to Mohammedanism, and then go deeper to other Africa, and then go to Europe. So already our ancestors are in Spain. The Spanish call them Moreno. Moreno means black people. Moreno. So Ottoman Empire, when they came there to conquer, now our people there, they too conquered by Turkey. They conquer all of them too. They don't have a choice. You see, and the army that fight for Turkey, you can see when you Google their history, Ottoman history, you see the uniform they wear, they got a hat, the feathers they lay in its side. That's you recognize them are the fighting force. Today you will call them the army, rangers, or marines, or whatever name. So they give them name Moors. Fighting for the empire, Ottoman Empire, Moors. So the same kind of Moor come to Spain, conquer all the Spanish, whether you white or black there, but you all cut out within, you be conquered too. You see? So you too gonna be changed, all of them gonna change from Christianity to Mohammedanism. So the fighting force wear their uniform, the feathers thing, call it I said, Muhammad Nishim they use, but that's the fighting force name, Mo. The Mo, people that they are black Melanese called Moreno, you see, all start M. So Moreno and Mo become the same thing. So our people conquer by this. Conquerors come there and conquer them. They was there to just to build, but they cut out with this conquer, and they motherland or fatherland people there to being conquered by this religion, all the religion. So they too conquer by them, and then now Moreno and more fighting force become. So today people call themselves Mo today, don't even know their own history. It just named Taginto. Tribe call you Mo, because that's how Spanish would call you Mo. Moreno. And if this empire come conquering, you cut out with that, you too conquer. But the fighting force you call their force that fight called Mo's, and now you become. That's why Mo, so-called Mo today, you cannot tell them. When I talk to some of them, I tell them what language you speak. What's your ethnic? What's your language you speak? If someone say you from Africa, someone say you from here, you whatever, but what's your original language? They don't have any particular language that Mo speak. All these famous they are, but they don't have a language they speak. They might speak Arabic, they might speak French, they might speak this, they might speak all of that, but they don't have their own language that they speak called Mo. I have not heard yet, maybe somewhere, maybe somebody know, you can let me know, but I have not seen. Okay? So also this tribe that they've been telling us in the Bible also, when you go to the continent today or anywhere over here, I mean, I could not see anybody say they're from this tribe, though, even though they call it Hamish, African, whatever, but a lot of tribes, they call them, Jebusite and Parasite and all of this name. But I'm saying today you cannot find anybody in that tribe. But Africa, the continent, you can find all these tribes that slave to here, Mandingo, Bambara, Zanti, Zulu, you can name it. You find them, the generation over this west, and then they in the continent all over the place. But why you cannot find anybody in the Bible, even though, according to the Bible, Ham is African, whatever, what I'm saying, at least the story go down. You go to Ethiopia, the same game they play in a Bible talking about Israelites become, Jew become Israelites through the foolishness story. The same thing they use on Ethiopia. And how they do, because they use Ethiopia, they say Queen Sheba went to Israel, has a whatever one night stand with Solomon or David or whatever, and then she went back to Ethiopia and she found out she was pregnant, by this guy called, I think David or Solomon, one of those figures. Anyway, so she went back and found out she was pregnant. And this is how they tell that Ethiopian, what they do, they target, every continent of, they divide all the continents in Africa. So, but I'm saying every continent that has a different tribe. That's what I say there, that the true history of the ancient world over there, we are the chosen, not just one tribe, but all over the world. You can be over here, migrate here, or you are anywhere in the world, as long as you melanated, you're chosen by the Son, the Creator, the Son. Okay? So the point is, that's what I'm trying to say. The tribe in Ethiopia is a lot of tribe, like any other country that they divided anyway. But Ethiopia, the tribe, they target one particular tribe. They change them to Flasa. You see, they tell them, you came from Abraham generic. So that's what the Bible says. That's why Ethiopia, they have their own Bible version. You see, because they change the tribe, one particular tribe, and tell them, you not that tribe, you are Flasa. That's why they got a Jew called 12 tribe in Israel are called them Flasher. This is how the Flasher Jew become Ethiopia. The same scenario game they play in Israel create those Israelites, 12 tribe of Israelites from Canaanite or from Canaanite to Israel because of Jacob and Angel has this foolishness story. The same thing in Ethiopia. And these people believe this thing. Because if a lot of Rastafarians, I respect all of them, but they all been cut out with the thing, talking about Babylon this, Babylon that. But they read in the Bible, but the Babylon book. Okay? Babylon wrote that book, and that's what they believe. Okay? But they going around and believe that story, that foolishness story. It never happened. And never be a person called this woman they try to tell you. It never be personal by her. Okay? She never exists. It's just not true. Because it's a story they put it in, but people are going to believe that she's something that walked to this planet. No, Sheba never walked to this planet. Sheba, when you do your more research, it's just meaning, when you go to Hebrew dictionary, they will tell you different thing. When you go to the English dictionary, different thing. When you go to Wikipedia, they worship over there. Don't even try to research anything in Wikipedia, because Wikipedia, anybody can write anything and put in that Wikipedia. So they're even worse. They're all worse, but Wikipedia is the worst place to try to find the history. Because they will tell you that Hebrew Israelite thing is real. It's Ethiopia. They're going to tell you, I go there, I see, I can't believe it. But anyway, that's the way they will say it. But the point is, Sheba is not a person. Sheba means savior. Just like Ethiopia means born face. Ethiopia means savior. Save who? By Sheba. And then when you do more research, Sheba means the area called Middle East or Yemen. It gives you different definition. But the point is, Sheba's story too is just gained by this Jew. And I tell the other video, Christianity and Judaism, they all come the same century, 19th century, into that territory called Ethiopia. Because it's the last one to have any this religion fully, because other part of the continent anywhere, they all been conquered long time ago. So that's why Ethiopia never been conquered like that. But anyway, they do change their way of life, because that's why Ethiopia, named by the Mussolini, become Ethiopia. You see? So this is the game they play in Ethiopia. And then you go to other part also called South Africa. You got a tribe there called Limba. Limba Jew, the same thing. When you go to this dictionary and this thing, they will tell you different story, how they become Jew. And they tell you some area will tell you, the Jew, I don't know if it's a white Jew or black Jew, but went to Africa, the continent, and then have intercourse with African women, and then has a child, African, and then that's how Africa start having Jew in South Africa called Limba Jew. This kind of crazy story they put into our people, and today there are more people joining that lie, and not only there too in Zimbabwe. This is the two places in the continent you can see. It's not big, but these are the three places: Ethiopia, South Africa, Zimbabwe. They the one have a little bit more this Hebrew Israelite foolishness story. You see, other part of Africa, you might have few people now and then. But like I said in the other video, Christianity and Islam called today are the biggest in that continent today we call. But Jews are the most powerful people on this planet. But why, even they calling themselves are the first language, are the first people, are the first for everything, but why they only have, you call it the state of Israel, that's the only place they have. At least Arabic, not real, come from them, but the Arabic people, they have a many state called Arabic countries. But how come Jews, so-called Hebrew or whatever don't have many land, but they say they own the world. I mean, that too right there, people need to see that. That shit doesn't make any sense. But they good what they do. They put all this confusion on the book, put themselves above everyone, and now it's been going on for a long time. It become real. And then you can do anything because the powers are protecting them, because they're all over the place. You know, here, look, all banks owned by them. Rockefeller, all these banks owned by these Zionists. Hospital, all these places, names and all of these things, they own everything. You see? But that's why they got the power. Because when you read this religious book, whose figure you going to see there? Jew, Hebrew. So no matter what, you teach your children, you like it or not, they're going to be the power over you. Because the book says, God says you obey them. They are the one. You going to love them. You respect them. Because if you don't, God don't be your side. And our melanated people wish that thing. That's why they all want to be Hebrew, Israelites, whatever you want to call it, because of that choosing thing. This is what they all want to be. No one want to be God. God don't choose you according to them, God. Any person believe this religion, you want to be God chosen if you believe word God. You see, so this is crazy for our people. We need to wake ourselves. We need to. Okay? A last video, I tell you that I was saying the first Christianity after 325 AD, when the Jesus story comes in until all the way to whatever meeting they have till Chalcedon 451, when finally Christianity was started. People can see there was no there's no church. Now finally it's on, but there's no church anywhere. That too don't tell them, but many don't never know about Chalcedon, anything like that. They don't know. But after that Chalcedon, finally Christianity was on, so they have to build a church. That's why the church was Hagia Sophia. Was the first church of Christian history, but they will lose you, they will make you don't know the truth. You're going to think it's Christian church somewhere over, but nobody can find any church before Hagia Sophia, because place keeps changing to different things, so you wouldn't know the whole truth. But the other video, I'm not going to go to it more, but you can see there how later Mohammedanism attacked it, changed that place to Mohammedanism for a long time, and then changed to museum, and then turned back, they changed it again to Islam, just reopen new. You see? So people no one know true, but the point is you will not find any church on this planet here before Hagia Sophia. You know, you cannot find it. And that's how to happen. That church has to be 532 to 537 when it was finished. That's a fact. And the other video, I said the French might be the second video, because I have all the thing ready, but I lose my other page. I find it after I finish talking because it's a lot near me. But the second church after Hagia Sophia, it was built in Syria 6 years later. You see, Hagia Sophia was the first, and the second church was built, the same people, Justinian and his wife, Theodora, they're the one financed that church too in Syria, 543 AD. Okay? That's the what the Roman ruler Justinian and his wife Theodora financed that church, built the world first Coptic Christian Monophysite church. And this Monophysite church in Syria today, they changed the name. Today it's called Jacobite. Okay? The first one, it was built 543 AD in Syria. Okay? That was 1,478 years ago. But they changed the name from Monophysite church to Jacobite church. This is the history. So today the church is still around, but the name changed because everything they keep changing name. Today they call it Jacobite church. It's still everywhere. And this church was built Christianity after Hagia Sophia. And this church was the church too. They create nun, like monks or nun. That's the church that in Syria, Jacobite, Monophysite now become Jacobite. That's the way they create these people in Catholic or whatever church because they got all these branches. But that's the way that they create this so-called nun in Syria. So this is the second church of Christian history of their church after Hagia Sophia. Then you go to France, but France couldn't be the power. Then the Romans come to power, and they build their bigger church. Okay? So I explained all this in the other video. But this is the truth. So that's why today I have to clear this Syria church because it's not in that video, but this is the second church in Christianity history after Hagia Sophia was built. 532 finished 537. And then 6 years later, they built this church in Syria, 1,478 years ago. You see, so our people it's crazy. And also a story about this Moses and all of that, the person that wrote the Bible, 1135 AD, Moses being Maimonides was born in Spain. But this guy was white guy. He's a Jew, white European. But his name, Moses bin Maimonides. That's his name. They have it in some places today. You can find his name, some buildings, okay? But he was born in Spain. So he was born there. He was born 1135 AD, okay? But this Moses is a clear story about him, okay? So that was 886 years ago. And then he, Maimonides died in 817 years ago. But he wrote the first 5 books of Moses. Himself named Moses, but he's the one who wrote the 5 books of Moses. You see the thing there also? Okay, the 5 books of Moses, this guy named Moses, Moses, Maimon wrote the book by Moses in the Bible. And then his older son named Abraham. Look it up. And his sister named Miriam. You see the thing? And this the one write the 5 books of Moses. Okay? And not only that, the 5 books of Moses, Abraham wife, the Abraham, Moses, the Abraham of the Bible, mother was, they say it was Miriam, So it's like the whole story is unbelievable how things. This is the person that wrote the 5 books of Moses. So his first son, the older son named Abraham, his sister, he got a sister named Miriam. Or the same Miriam name, you will find them in the Bible, So that too, people need to pay attention, some kind of attention to that because it's very, very important, So this is crazy. This is so unbelievable. But yes, we do believe this kind of story, that things that doesn't make any sense, but we still say, oh, this is real, this is real. So I am tired of these people, the way they brainwashing our people all over the place. But we all going around making this thing is real, which is never be real. What's wrong with our people? And the information is all over the place, but if you don't want to know, you will know. Okay? So also this one, what I will say, the whether one called God, Christ, Allah, Yahweh, Jehovah, or Buddha, all are man-made and can only be used for religious purposes. Outside of this religion, God has no power. God power is in this religion. When you believe this religion, God has the power. Without them, it doesn't have any power. That is the truth. But our people, but no matter how we go through, we will make everything, we will even fight harder to make this thing real than the color that give it to us. Because that's the only I see around the world. That's the only thing I see everywhere. And also, I got another one thing here. Additional reading. The original, there's a book by a Jew, a rabbi. Original Torah by S. David Spelling. And, the tale of the Torah were originally composed as allegory. Whose purpose was distanced and internationally political. So you can look for this guy book too. It's called Original Torah by S. David Spelling. It's a Jew. It's a book comes, I think, 2000. So he's a Jew. He's a book writer. He's a scholar. He's a whatever. But look it up. So he's a Jew. Also, you can look up Morgan Freeman. Everybody knows the black actor, Morgan Freeman. Okay? He went to Israel. It's called In Search of God documentary. Look it up. He went to Israel, and he had dinner with a Jewish rabbi. And the Jewish rabbi told him the Bible is not a history. It's a book of it's not history. It's a book, but it's just a book of idea. You see, so that's about Morgan Freeman. It's a documentary. Okay, the Bible is not a history book, but a book of ideas. Okay, so also people that want to be a Jew, like I say, you got to study Limba Jew or Knight of the Templar. If we so-called you want to be a Jew, you want to know what or any religion you are, definitely study Knight of the Templar. So you will see there, even what we're saying, that's all is not going to make you wake up. But go study more of Knight of Templar, and you see how Judaism or whatever, you can see how they become as we know today. So it's a lot of where the informations are there, but our people just don't want to go to those things because they don't want to find the truth. And the ones that find the truth, they don't want to say, they don't want to teach. Most of them make you believe this thing and keeping us asleep, keeping us lower to people. We are the righteous people all over the place. We are the lovely, earthly human beings. But today we're powerless. We cannot even protect our children. We cannot protect ourselves. We cannot protect our women, females. We cannot protect any of our race, anywhere on the planet. Everybody can do things to us. No one will come and save us. No one will protect us. They all because they know that to keep us in this sleep, that's the only way for them to be in power, because they can't let all of us to wake to know who we are, because when that happens, it's over for them. And for that, they will never let that happen. They will keep lying, because everything these Neanderthal people do, to lie, and make sure that lie, half of people that take that lie and teaching today people like our melanated people, that they keep lying and keep teaching generation after generation, because that's their power, and that's the way they will never want to lose that. They can't afford that, and our people helping them any kind of way you see, you look at it, you know it, daily helping them to keep us down. Some of themselves don't know. Again, the Muslims, Islam, you see the nation of Islam. I mean, we're getting, but I got to say a little bit about them too, because confusion. Nation of Islam telling you God is devil. They say all these things to recruit people. Where they recruit people? Jail. But what they say, their main word to people, God is devil. I mean, no, white man is devil. White man is this, white man is devil. This is their favorite teaching to people, right? But National Islam, the founder of National Islam is a white man, Fuad Muhammad. Anyone don't know, look it up. The leader of the founder, the pioneer of the Islam, National Islam in this side of the world, is a white man called Fuad Muhammad. I don't care whoever come after, but he is their first creation of the thing we call it today, Nation of Islam. But what's their favorite teaching to our people? White man is a devil. But the founder of their religion is a white man. But when you talk with them for that, they're going to come out with all this slandering and all these things go around, try to make you don't see the real thing. They know how to talk, all this bullshit brainwash they all doing. But at the same time, they're going to tell you white man is this, white man is that, but their main founder of the thing they follow is a white man. What's wrong with our people? But they're teaching us every day, and we listen to them. And we joining them. More are joining. A lot of them, like I said, they go to jail and recruit people. And when they come out of jail, first thing they think these are the savior. And then when they come out, what they do, you gotta follow their route, what they want you to do. You see? So certain way you cannot dress certain way. Look, they are fraud, mama. Look at all of the Nation of Islam. Look at when they do haircut, they do their haircut. They got that from that white man, Fuad Muhammad. And they all do that kind of haircut. But today, black men or black women, because Farrakhan has a video criticizing black look, talking about our lips, our hair bra, our hair lashes, whatever, don't look like any human being because we was caused by so-called they God. You see? And he got those information from the Bible or the Quran, the way they demonize us in that book. So, but they teaching us how we look. He shared that with you now, only Farrakhan. Even I love my favorite person there because he changed. But the beginning when they recruited him in jail called, the February when I call it, the guy called this guy. Right now I've been talking shouting. It's like I need water. But Malcolm X, I like this guy. But we got to know, too, they could recruit him in prison, okay? You know the story. That's where they got him there. And then he become very, very powerful, which I like him, a lot of teaching he do. But I read his book, I have it here. So, but certain thing, I get confused there because I know some point him too don't know this whole thing. But he do stand for our race, black. He really is no leader will be like him, okay? But the point is, that doesn't make you Islam or Muslim or whatever you're going to call it is real or is for our people. That's the point. You see? But all of them, our leader, they want to teach us to free through this religion. And any leader, for me today, want to teach us or anything, this religion, I don't care, any one of them, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to be part of it. I don't want to hear it because when you do, you just walk in for this color that destroy us. So you might be bigger or from whatever leader so-called you are, but you cannot change anything for our thing. You will make your money and big your career or your kids get from you and they all be bigger. But what about our race all over the place? But few of them get rich and big names and things, but they keep telling us this thing that when you go to history, you cannot see, it could not be real any way, how. No way, unless you don't want to go through history. You want to go through some book, they give it to you. All these scholars, they go to school, this is what they tell them, this is what they will get their career. Of course, they're in the game. Okay, they get that education so-called, and they're going to use it to recruit people because when you see our people, melanated people has education, teach you this thing, says really, so this, you don't know, you're going to say, oh, man, Look at this person. It's on this because of this thing. So, yeah, this must be real. This must be thing. But it's not. It's their interest. I don't care which melanated people, whoever leader is this. Some of them with respect, but they taking us wrong way, and it's been too long. I am sick and tired of this thing. I mean, only we can do, bring the information. You want to, don't believe what I'm saying. Go do your research. Things that I say, please don't go with your belief or faith, because that way you're going to ignore everything. You see, you got to love yourself first. Whatever they say, we all been there. But sometimes you got to use your own mind. This, you come to this planet here, you're personally right. It's your way of the way you carry yourself. It's the way you are. It's you first. You see, that is your everything. And we don't have that. We think what people tell us to think. We do things what people tell us to think. You see, we don't have our birthright. Your birthright is your mind. That's what you got. That's what you use. You should use your birthright, because your right, your mind is your birthright. That my mind and your mind is not. My mind is mine. Yours is yours. We might come together, try to fix things or do things together, but I have my. When I think, I have to think my mind, my birthright, and that's the first birthright any human being. That's your birthright to be on this planet. But we melanated people, we lost all our birthright. That's only I can see. Only thing we do and do think and do is all about what they tell us. We don't want to go to know how we was before. They're gonna mix things together, don't go together. But they're gonna do that to make you confused inside. Some of them even do believe what they're saying, because I say believe, that's what they do. Think everything they say is real. Anything you bring, it's not. What they say, that's the real. And they don't have the real thing. They can give you any information to follow, to validate what they say. But what you say, you can give them information to go and follow step by step, take their time, and they will see everything you tell them. But they will deny us. But they will make they really, whatever, I don't even know. Anyway, but this is so crazy of our people. I mean, I can't, my people, it's like I get hurt every day when I see us. We crying, we begging, whatever name you want to get, we trying, we do everything. But no matter where we suffering, we are suffering all over the place. And all against our melanated people, these Neanderthal, Caucasian, Europeans. That's where they all came from, and take everything from us and conquer us and use us, and still we under their rule everywhere. Look at continent Africa. That's the worst thing over there. At the young people today, they go to this white man's school, this Arabic school, they all going around. It's like they, they, when they got that, they think they hit the lottery or something. But all of them can have whatever that white man education, any kind of white man, but they don't know anything about their own history. They think they do, because when you're talking to them or you listen to them, they will make you feel like they know who they are. They don't. They don't. I know I was there. I know now when they hear me now, they think I'm crazy. They think I'm out of my mind. But they supporting white men way that destroy them. But today they so proud to be that. I tell you, any melanated country you go, whether it's the continent, the Caribbean, or anywhere you go, first thing you will see the difference is when you put your feet in the airport. You're going to see when you put your foot to any airport, anywhere, those kind of things, you're going to see they will treat these colored people, the melanated people. If you go there with these colored people, Neanderthal, you see them, they will respect them, they will treat them with respect. Even you born wherever those continents or anywhere, or you born here, you go traveling over there, you're going to see these colored people will be respected more and treated more than our own race. It's so bad. But we don't see. Our people can see this thing. They don't feel it. Some of them so comfortable the way they into this white man system. They think we cannot be alive without this system, so this way of white man life. A white man way of life is nothing about power, nothing about destruction, genocide. They never stop it. They doing today, and they do to each other. They do to anyone stand their way. Okay? So that's why the other video I tell you, heaven is right here. Okay? And it's a female. I repeat again. It's a female. God womb is a female. I go back before I go. Makkah, like I said, that guy teaching, Arabi, Elias Muhammad, after he died, they use his thing. Makkah become later on after 1926 and all of that. When they create 1924, the first king of Arabia and then more king later by this British and French. You see, even today, all this area be controlled by British. They tell them what to do. They tell other side of the continent, any leader there, what to do. Even today, nothing changed. That's the fact. And this is thing never gonna stop. But our people could not see this thing. But this is the truth. So what I'm trying to say, in Makkah today, the new modern day Makkah, or whatever name you're gonna call it, it's a modern day. Anyone listening, that has to be clear to everyone. Makkah is a modern day. It's not ancient. No way, it's not. And Muhammad nation was there long, 600 years before today when they changed it to Islam, Muslim today. And I tell you, it come through Quran, Allah, and sacrifice. That's a fact. But Makkah, when it become, every ritual they do, I tell my first video, I don't know anyone listen now or you ever do research what I tell you. I say to you, you got a smartphone, okay? You Google your smartphone, look at their ritual place, you're going to see every ritual place, most important place you will see, is a phallus there called Ablas is right there. You're going to see. Look it up. And the one special place they call it stoning the devil. I'll tell you how this guy used to use that. But they twist that when they create new modern Makkah or Medina, they create the place, they call it stoning the devil. That's not what our ancestors used that for. But they call it stoning the devil. Which devil they stoning? But our black people come from all over the world and spend a lot of money and go to that Makkah. And they go stone that thing called stoning devil. I mean, because they don't know. But that's them. That's their ancestors. That image is them. They using bad meaning for it, but most of our people don't even realize what that's about. But that's what I say. Every cemetery you go, you see. Every place you go, okay? It's right there. It's in the Central Park right here in Manhattan. It's right there. Go to Central Park, you see it. Okay, go to Tennessee or whatever, you see it. Any cemetery is right there. Why? Because they know what this is about. Okay, Washington Menu. You go there too, you see it. So hello people, what's going on with our people? Okay, we all deny who we are, but they're using, and against us, they love it, they use them. We don't want to know them, we think they're nothing. But why they know? Any African country you go today, when I was there, I never see any of these Ablas anywhere. I don't know. You know, but you go to any white man country, you go to any white man cemetery, you go to any white man place, they have them there. But if it's a story, but it's our story. It's our thing. Okay? It's all nature. The sun. That story comes to the sun. It's all about the sun. It's all about nature. But why the point is, our people don't know this thing. And that Makkah say, Google, you see. And then they, the one special to come to the female, I say the other video. anyone, I don't know if they still Google their smartphone, but I want them to prove that what I'm saying is the truth. They can see their own eyes. It's there. And then when they see, they can know the meaning, because you will see when you Google the place, the stone N.E.W, you will see many different places. When you go to their Kaaba, that they believe, they tell that story, Abraham, Tushan, or whatever, to sacrifice Isaac and all of that to build Kaaba. When you go to Kaaba, you're gonna see the black stone. They're gonna tell you that black stone come from God to earth, but they will tell you again when you do more research that black stone, the same bird, I tell you, bring the God message to Muhammad. The same bird bring that black stone also to build in for Abraham and all them to build that in over there, okay, called the black stone. And that black stone, when you look at it, you Google, you will see the symbol of that black stone. It's gonna give you womb. That's what you're gonna see. It's gonna show to you. That's what you're gonna see. Not that I'm saying Google anyone and you see it. You tell yourself what that symbol look like to you. To me, it's a womb, and not only that, they change Allah, female deity, to Allah, man deity. Not only that, okay, not only that, and when you Google also, Bismillah Rahman Rahim, you Google dictionary, you Google what that means in dictionary, English dictionary. It's going to tell you what the meaning of Bismillah Rahman Rahim. You're going to see it. It's going to tell you it's a womb. So that too is right there. I mean, I tell people to go where to look and find out. But most of them don't want to do that, because when they do, even they do, they're gonna see the truth, because I didn't put it there. That's what is there, but you don't know what it means. But when you look at Kaaba, the symbol of black stone, that one will clear to you there. You look at it. I mean, like I say, I always love to go to heaven. I love heaven. I'm not waiting anywhere. I go there every day I can. I love it. Okay, I'm not gonna be gay or whatever. I mean, that's their way. I don't hate them or whatever they want to be. That's their way of thinking. But what I'm saying, female bring life. Female create life. Female like a nature. We are nature. Female is nature. Melanated, we all are nature. Nature is on us. We are in all kind of nature. So nature gives life to us. We need nature than anything. So it's clear. What's wrong with our people? But when the book says this, they're going to believe the book, even though the meaning, when you go, you get confused. But when you believe, it'll never be confused. You think it's real. But right there, heaven is right here. I come out of heaven. I love to go to heaven every day because I come from my mother. My mother gave me birth. I come from my mother, okay? And then I love to go to my woman. I love to make love to my woman, for sure. But that's life. And then when you go to that heaven, I say, maybe now, this is for me. When you go there, you happy. You get excited. You get pleasure. You get all of that. And that they tell you when you die, you're going to go to heaven. I mean, it's all about good thing over there. You get happy and thing. Back to the Muslim story that they tell you, why that 72 scholars wrote Muhammad got the word from birth, Gabriel, they all write the same thing, 72. Maybe some Muslims listening, this is respect. But they say to you, when you die, do good here. When you die, God will reward you 72 version. That's in the Quran. But what they don't tell you, that 72 version is still come to that 72 disciple, the ones that rolled Muhammad, information that Muhammad got from Gabriel, from God, 72. And they say when you die, you do good here or whatever, you obey God, Allah. When you die, you're going to go to heaven. And God will reward you 72 girls, version that never have And they never know man in their life. That's what they all believe. You see how killing they do because they think when they die, that's what they're going to go over there. But what they don't know, that heaven is right here. Most of them go there every day. See, but they believe the book here when you die, you will get 72 versions. After you do good, you obey God, you obey everything God wants you to be and think. You was righteous. And it's nothing, mostly they try to act righteous, but I cannot see any righteous of this thing because all this religion, what they do, killing, genocide, I mean, name it. What do they do? Look at Saudi Arabia, the king over there today, the young king. What the hell he just do is the government? They didn't chop all of his former person that was part of his government when he tried to go back and tell the truth about what they do, and then they get so mad. They call him to come to Turkey. He wants passport, going to get married over there. And then when he enter the embassy, their embassy in Turkey, called Turkey today, what they do to him? They kill him right there. They chop all his body. But inside Saudi Arabia, not only that, that's the only worst place to be if you are melanated people. Today, in Saudi Arabia, any other this Arabic country, you melanated, it's the worst thing to be there. But especially Saudi Arabia, they don't have no respect for melanated people. And we there, even today, but all we do is serve them coffee. When you see the king, we are the servant. We only do serve them, clean their house. Look, when our Ethiopian women or Nigerians or they come to the Middle East, you see what they do to them. I saw the other video, they put Nigerian women in action, selling her. And then Libya, what they do to people try to get Europe, our African brothers and sisters. What they do to them? They're selling them. Okay, so, but when he come to this religion, our people put all that aside, make these people are their friends, or their thing. Because sometimes in Quran, they tell you when you don't speak Arab, when you die, you're going to go to hell. So you must know how to speak Arab. You see, that fear is on our people, and they believe this thing. So if you don't speak Arab, you die, then you will go to hell. And then that hell is where? That too is right here. I said the other video. Again, it's right here to me, and it should be clear to everyone. Okay? It's in this planet. You here, you born, here you come out of, I come out of my mother free, like a bird flying to the sky. That's what we all should be. Follow the nature. The wind take us anywhere, we go with the flow. Okay? That's the way we should be doing, not to believe this foolishness, crazy brainwash and mind control our people for a long time. But hell is right here. White men live in paradise. We, melanated, live in hell. Whether you know it or you don't. Wait till the hell they tell you, you go there, okay? You waiting whatever they tell you, you go get there, you get that. When you're gone, you're gone. You live for once. It's a one life to live. When you're done, you're done. Whatever kind of way your spirit might be, whatever the way we explain spirit, that's another thing. But your body, you left the spirit of the bones and thing. That's it. But I mean, you know, whatever that spirit's gonna go and think, all right, fine. Let it be anything. But for me, I want everything right here as I live. I don't want to wait to go over there and get to what they're telling me. But they're getting all that over here. So if that's true, why they doing all this to our people? But they still know it's true. What happened over there if you know they know that is don't do this thing and but they do it, but they tell you wait, when you die you get there, but they doing it. I mean, what's wrong with our people once again? But that's how they control us. I said the other video, they born us in life. They hang us. We call ourselves these names. Picnic. We know what that stands for. I do. They born us life. They tell you when you die, you don't do good. You don't obey God. You're going to go to fire. But they put our forefathers and mothers and ancestors in that fire, the real fire that I know. They do that here. They feed our baby with the alligators. Okay? All these two things come through our Our ancestors, the slave. That's how this. Today they put animals in the zoo. That's before they used to put our people in the zoo. The white people who go and like they dress nice. You see that the pictures are there. Our people don't want to see it, but it's true. Our people, the ones used to be in the zoo in this Western world like this. Today, after slavery that all done, they turn them to animals and things. But I'm saying we there too. We in the zoo like animals. Hello, people. I mean, I love my people. I wish we all can see this thing, man. But some of them will hate me what I'm saying like this, though. But like I said, I'm not afraid to die. Okay? I mean, I love my people, I love life, but hey, I see my parents, my ancestors, people die. Many die suffering. So if I tell the truth, I die. So let it be. Let it be. Because I feel pain that my people feel. It's like when I look at some information, I get pain like they go through. I can't imagine doing that to me right now. See? So that's how I feel. And I will never, ever betray them anymore. I will try to know more about my ancestors, our ancestors. I will do that till the day I die. And I will try to know the truth. Anyone has the true information, the history, I will willing to listen to tell me the history of who we are. That I'm listening, I'm hungry for information every day, our true information. But I don't want to hear any more of this brainwash thing. I just don't. But anyone want to have information, I'm dying to hear the true history of our history. Otherwise, I mean, our people, this is so sad. This is so, all these things we've been to, our history, I mean, we're still making these things real, strong, for real. I can't even, when I see, my people, I'll be like, okay, this is something that I don't know. But why they can see it or know it, I don't know. But this is crazy. People need to wake up. And I know everybody saying, everybody wake up, because I hear Hebrew Israelites telling Christians to wake up. And some Christians would say, Christian thing, wake up. Some would say, Muslim, wake up. Everybody likes to use this, wake up, wake up. But really and truly, who's sleeping? You know what I mean? I know some will even telling me right now, me too, I'm sleeping right now, But that's the way thing is. Everybody thinks somebody's sleeping. But the truth, when you bring the fact to the truth, you can see who's sleeping, who's not sleeping. This is the truth. And we all need to teach each other the truth because we love one another. That's what I think. That's what I should. But like I said, that continent, if the melanated people will be a power and free, it's not going to be people from that continent. We call it Africa, okay? I'm sorry, but it has to come from the West. Our brothers and sisters in the West, the ones that wake, try to find a way to wake our people in that other side because they are more lost, more confused, more comfortable. This craziness, foolishness system we live in, even though they live in the misery, because few people live in something, have something, little thing, that doesn't make thing. But that's how they feel over there. But I know they are suffering. Look at right now, Ethiopia, what's going on right now, everybody know. Because they can get themselves together because they're not who they are. They all claim this craziness, foolishness religion, and they all divided, talking about inside Ethiopia, all Africa, so-called, but some part might be a little quiet, but what? People are lost. People don't know who we are. We believe this Islamic. We believe this Christianity. Believe this Judaism, whatever, little there. But this is how we destroy. And over there, I tell you, the most confused people on this planet. And the young people, they going around, they think they know things, they don't know things. I don't care you read or whatever book you read, you go to their university. I don't care you come out of Yale, Hunter, or whatever you want to call it. If you got the white man education, Come on, man. Fine, it's good to have it to the world we live in because this is their world. I'm not saying don't get the education, white man education. Get it. But once you get it, you got it. Try to find your people that don't have it all. Try to give information that will free your people. You got their education. That's the same line that they use your ancestors, on your ancestors. Now you go to the school, have that education, but you're going to make your people deeper to that thing that you know is a lie. That's why I never, when I see them think they got that education, it's nothing to me because they don't have our ancestors' education. And everything the Neanderthal white men got today, they got all stolen from ours. Everything. Science, music, I mean, name it. Everything, you know, they got it from us. They learn from us. They turn around and do whatever they do with it and use us with it. But most of our people, we're going around all this thing created by the white man. No. But this is how we give them all this power. This Jew going around all this bullshit, I can't understand when I see them, you know, the way they stole all our things, claim it. I'm going to tell you a story before I end. They're talking about circumcision. They create, because everything they say, they create that shit. You see, everything we do, they claim it because, remember, when you control the literature, the printing page, you control thinking of the age. This is the fact. Because everything we read and do, whether it's magazines, newspapers, books and things, most of them has to pass through them. You see, now things are a little different, but at time you write anything, they have to give you permission what to write, what to say, what not to say. You see, black person can write something, you read it, you think, oh, black write this is a black author. So you say, oh, this must be real because it's the melanated people. But at times they use them to do, but also they tell them what to write. You cannot write what you know or think. No, you're going to put down one day want you to write. And when you finish, they have to check it, whether it's something that you should put it out there or not. Yes, things change a little bit, but all these things happen in the history. Why our people don't see this thing? Today, because so-called we kind of free, to me, we're not. We live in a mental slave thing still, brainwashed. Only we don't have a change in our feet like our ancestors used to before, foremothers and forefathers used to be. But we are living in mental slavery. What? The Bible, the Quran, the Torah. These religions are the mental slavery, melanated people we are today. That's the fact. I don't care. You will make this real. Fine, go ahead, make this real though. But I know no matter how well you read it, you can really whatever together. Fine. But also if you believe it's the real black melanated people, the book tells you that also how our way of everything, how we become slave, we should be slave, we should be this, all of that. Not only that, it tells you there that, according to many stories there, but Esau and Jacob was twins in the belly of a woman, whatever, and then when they born, before they born, they're fighting on the womb. Sometimes when the Hebrew Israelites are reading that story, I mean, it's like my brain just gonna be blown up anyway, because I know they're lying, or they, whatever thing, but that story is so crazy. But anyway, they're ignorant to it, okay? Because they're twins. They fight in the womb. But they say, when God say when they come out, the first will be the older, whatever. And the Jacob was the dark skin, and the Esau was the white, the Europeans. But God say the younger want to rule the older one. You see the game right there? That's the damn game they play. Okay, they put that in the book. So the younger is going to rule the older. That means the Esau is going to rule Jacob. That's what they say we come from in the Bible. But then you're going to be slave. First day slave in Egypt, it never happened. It's a lie, because no one in this book, no one single person in this book is ever walked to this planet. Unless you don't know the history. But that's the fact. But to them, Let's say it's real, okay, to them. But now, when they born, whatever, come to this planet, the Bible says you're going to rule by your brother, okay? And then he send them to slavery, whatever reason, say they don't obey God. But the white men obey God. Esau obey God. Jacob people don't obey. Even though Jacob somewhere winning over angel, so I don't know still why they didn't obey God, whatever. But again, Jacob did not rule Esau. So Esau ruled Jacob. But then that slavery gone after they free so-called Moses, that line story anyway. But after free again, they obey God again. So they're going to go to another slavery, which that if in slavery they're talking about, they just like they take the people from that side, they ship them to the other side, called the Fruity River slave, we call it Middle East and all of that. That's the first slavery was happening. Okay? After the genocide of people. So that's the first slavery was happening. They take our people and send it to that side or anywhere on the planet, whatever. But that's the first slavery. Second one came, take them from there, bring them to West. Okay? But they have to plan all of this in this book. But the point I'm trying to say, if you believe the way the Bible says, you believe that, but why then you blaming the white man for anything? Let us that don't believe this book, we blame white man is this, white man is that, because we know white men lie, this book is not real. But you believe the book, but then why you don't buy what the book said? Because if you believe the book tells you you're going to be ruled by these people. That whatever you do wrong to God, that this one is going to rule you, and they're going to come and took you and send you to whatever. They're going to own you. And that's what they do. You don't see that they're the one who wrote that book, but you believe it. But I'm saying that they follow what God, your God, their God tell you to do, right? So they send you whatever slavery, then you be slave. And then after that, you still reading the Bible. And he's saying all of these things to you. You don't get it, right? So why are you blaming the white man? White men, when you read it, you say, oh, God, oh, forgive me what I do. I know I do. I try to do good. I be good, and, because that's what you say. But God said, but the white man that obey his everything, you're going to be slave by them, and they slave us. So why are you complaining about them? Let us talk about whatever white men do, because we know they're lying. But you believe it, so you don't have any reason to say, if you're going to blame something, blame your God, because your God say, oh, if you cannot blame your God, blame yourself. Why you don't obey, according to your book, by your God? And if you do, blame yourself or blame God, one way or the other. But don't blame the white man if you believe your book, because the book, the white men tell them to do this to you, us, melanated people. And they do what God tells them to do, whether you like it or not. But when they read it, what God is telling them, I give you power, everything to do this to these people. I mean, that's the fact, people. When the white man read it, that's what they're going to see, the chapter telling them to do this thing. And when black read it, you're going to see, will tell you, I say, God, you're going to be slave so and so and so because you do this, you whatever situation this is why you're going to be slave. And these people, I tell them to do this to you. Think about people. This is real. But this is how they get our mind, our thinking. And we go around, believe this thing, think one day things going to change and we're going to be victorious. And God is going to come back. He's going to do our battle. He's going to fight for us or everything. And the same God, really? You waiting for that day? It never happened for how long? More than 2,000 years or whatever year? It never going to happen. It never going to happen because it never happened. It never true. It's a lie. It will never happen. You believe this thing, keep believing. You making money, you building, whatever people following you, go ahead, do that. But know yourself, be real sometime. Know that your God, you say, tell you you're going to be slave by these people. And these people really say, God said me to do this to these people. That's the fact right there. I don't know why they're going to keep blaming. Like I say, we know they're wrong. Let us that say they lying, this book is not really, it's all lie. Let us call them whatever name we want to call them. But you people that believe this thing, don't call these people any name. Accept what happened to you. Now because we say no. Hell no. It's a foolishness. Okay? Because we use our melanated. We go back. We wake. We know who we are now. We try to wake the ones that are sleeping. Deep sleep, but they don't get it. But it's in their own book that they live by. They every day they wake up, first thing they want to do, read that thing to make their day go right for them. I know it. That's what they live for. But they ignore things. Like we said, they pick and choose. This is what they've been doing, pick and choose. Anything will sound good, they go with it. They teach that to people. But that book says a lot of things about them. What about I say about the Israelite? A whole lot of things. Like I said, that book, they say things about every color. They say good things, something about you, any color. They say bad things about every color. Because even the white man, Isha, whatever, he say bad things about them. But he say good things about them. He say bad things about black people, color, called melanated. He say bad things about them. How we live, how we did, we be slave, all of that. The other Jew, they tell them the Satan of synagogue of Satan, all of this. So you see, he say things about everything, everybody. But that's how confusion is so strong and is so believable because of the way they wrote it. These people are master of this thing. You see, the Jews, they go teach their school today to lie. This is those sign Jew. That's what they do. They have a school, they are universities that just about to lie. That's what they get graduated to get degree. Lie. Because that's benefit them. But our people don't see this thing. And we still believe their thing and crying every day all over the place. So it's so sad for us to be this. I can't even believe our people. I get so hurt. I get hurt when I see this thing going on with us everywhere. But it can't get it. This is out of control. It's out of control for our people. What's happened to us is unbelievable. And then we supporting it to make it real every day. This is the fact. So it's a time for everyone. Please, man, please. You love yourself. Love our people, man. Love our melanated people. Let's love ourselves. Let's respect ourselves, man. Because otherwise, nothing will change ever. It will be the same way year after year, day after day, week after week. It's gonna keep repeating like keep repeating the same time. In the meantime, people are dying out. People are hungry. People are, name it. So what's wrong with our people? Now they can read all of this, like what I just said now. Any Israelite person listening or anything, think about that. The verse that you're reading, it tells you should be slave. Why you even get mad, though? Some of them be like, oh, Africans sell them. If you believe your book, do not the God put that spirit to the Africans, if you call it to sell you? If you believe that, what about your Judah? Do Judah not sell Jesus? Hello, you love Judah, but Judah betrayed Jesus. But when you be truthful to yourself, why Judah do that? Because of God. God put that whatever to Judah to do that. So everything when it happened, if you believe your God, you should believe that it happened because of God says it's going to happen. But no, they don't see. Some way they see that way, but some way they don't see it that way. So that's why I'm saying it's confusion. Because they ignorance to everything. They do. And when do they going to wake, they can, but it's right there, their own book. It's right there. But, chapter, like I said, Israelite, he's right, many. It's just the God tell them, God can do all of these things, but sometimes what they eat, you know what God feed them? He feed them dumb thing, right? Their own thing, right? It's in the book. I don't put it there, But that's what they used to eat. At some point, they tell God they tired of eat that thing because that's not a good thing to eat. God said to them, okay, if you tired of this, well, I change this to cow dung. And they changed to cow dung. That's what is in the book, though, right? What's wrong with these people? But someone will say, oh, because of God says so, it's okay. And last video we saying how that Noah boat would be true when they put all these things in that boat. But then, when I hear some Israelites saying, oh, when you tell them how that's true, those animals will eat one another or they can get along. Those animals cannot put all of these things together. That's lie. They will tell you, I see some of them say, oh, because of God. You know, God do anything. God put spirit on those animals so they don't touch one another. How sick it is and they can talk like that. But God can put you to all of this to make you eat all of this shit and then slave you whatever way you think you not change you to whatever. All you can do all of these things and then make you a call Asia white people slave you. I mean, you can do all of these things, but you cannot stop them. But it's gonna make animals in the float thing. They don't eat one another. They all quiet and peaceful. God can do that to those things, but He cannot do to the human us things that we've been through. I can go on and on and on and on in their own book. You see, it's right there, but they're gonna make you believe. Donkey talk. Those fish swallowed a human being for 3 days. Burning bush talking. I mean, sick people. I mean, this is actually it's a sickness. It's a cancer that they put into our thing. We pass into one another every day, and they started from the wombs. The wombs, okay? The heaven. That's where they start. They call heaven in Sabbath, but that's the way it starts to be. Okay, so. Think about it, people. This is real, man. And I don't care how you think your religion, you think that whatever way you in it, you whatever money you make, or who follow you, whatever you get, is we know that it's not real. Maybe you fool others. You cannot fool us anymore. No, you can't. And then we will expose your book. Maybe not individual, but we go after the book, after the religion. You don't create it, they create it. You're going to say you create it? No, we're going after the ones that create this religion to confuse our people. This is who we go after. We don't hate our brothers and sisters. No, we don't. I love them, and I know we all love them. We do. But we don't like the ones that create this bullshit, foolishness, and give it to us. We know where it came from, what it twisted, and how they succeeded till today. And they all used to be one when they created and they break away, create all the different things. You see? And that thing going on between them today, like I said, the war will never done, genocide will always. But the thing is, melanated people, we are the loser. We always be the loser until we change. Until we change. As long as we don't, I don't care how you think you read that book. You think some of them Hebrew Israelite, when they read, they tell you, go little here, little here, little here. That all is a part of the game. Okay? They keep picking. But the point is, no matter how you can read that from Genesis to the Revelation or whatever to whatever, that's what you do. But you just brainwash with it. You don't even know. That's the fact. And you want to hate us? Go right ahead, do. We don't hate you. I don't hate anyone. I love y'all, brother, but I know y'all hate me. For sure. I know y'all can do anything to me. Not only y'all. Muslims, the same thing. They're even worse. Okay? They will chop your head off. No doubt about that. You see, spiritual, that don't teach anybody this kind of thing. Spiritual nature don't force you to be anything. You just be there. You just don't have time for that. It's just, that's the way it should be. You don't force anyone to be anything. Because it's nature. Nature is nature. You just go with the flow. You don't even tell your children how to be with the nature. They will. If you don't show them any other thing, because that's the way it's right there. They feel the wind every day. You feel it. That's the nature right there. It teach you with everything. The sun will rise up for you, you know. So it give you life, right? Your Bible tell you sunrise, right? The Bible tell you when your current story, you don't even get it. It tell you that when it is your sun, when the sun, you call it S-O-N, but it's S-U-N because it's in the Bible. It's right there. Lord our God is the sun. And then not just is the sun, it clear you there, Pacific, it said to you, they right there, S-U-N. Lord our God is the sun. They don't say that sun was S-O-N. They tell you there, they write it S-U-N. That's the God you call it. We call it the Creator. Okay? That's what it's all about. But you still will ignore, go with the person name was not even there when they creating his name. The thing is not in the English letter. Anyway, but that's the point I'm telling you. That sun, it say when the sun is rising, it say when it's coming back. What do you think? Not what the Jesus is coming back. It say when sun is coming back, every eye shall see. And you will see anywhere in the planet when sun is rising. That's the S-U-N sun is telling you, they're telling you in the Bible. When it's coming back, you will see it. And when sun is rising, you will see it. Right? You need water. Like I said, you can live without water. The wind, the air, the sun, the moon, star, right? You need this thing. Our ancestors also, they use the symbol and the pyramid, a lot of symbol, but the one symbol, a lot of Israelites cannot understand that. They cannot get over that. They see that, they say, shoot, women were swallowing sun. For them, they couldn't take that. They couldn't understand that. That's a teaching. That's a symbol. It's an example for you, but they don't get it. That's meaning when the sun go down, when the sun rise, when sun go down, sunset, that's where all this religion called Amen, whatever name you want to call it to your religion. Amen mean hidden power. When sun go down, to our ancestors, it become Amen. Hidden, the power, Ra, is still there. You cannot see, but it's there. How? Because its mother swallow it. Its mother is the sun, the sky. Today we call the sky, our ancestors call it Nut. Nut swallowed the sun, S-U-N. But it's going to rise every day, the next day, in the morning. Every day. It's going to rise again. The woman is going to split. It's going to give you both. Meaning not a human, we today female like this, swallow the real sun. No, it's an example. The female is like a nut. Okay, female give you life, right? So nut give you life to the earth. Earth is gap. Okay, we call it earth through the English, gap. That's the earth. Our ancestors call it gap. So this is thing. He said the nut will swallow the sun, and it's gonna give you both. So Ra, the sun, the morning, Ra is going to rise. That's what they show you, women swallowing sun. Not like the real sun, human will swallow the real sun. You know, you cannot even look into the sun for a second like that. So how do the female will swallow the real sun? But it's a teaching. You see, and that teaching is so clear. You know, every day the sun rises and they set. And when it sets, you cannot see. You know it's there. Sometimes that's why they will name similar to that. That's why even the person named Seti becomes sunset through the English, set. You know, so in a way, it's a lot of teaching, a lot of different way. But the truth, what I'm trying to tell you, that means Amen Ra. That's why they use it. Amen. It's all about hidden power. Amen means hidden power. Our ancestors used this thousands of years before any of this yesterday religion. Today they call it Amen, Amen, all of that bullshit, you know, confusing people. But a lot of them, they do know what it's about, because you go to any church, you see they have to have some kind of spot that sunlight will come through the church or mosque or synagogue, anything. Look at the images. You see, or you go to any church, mosque or synagogue, look at the ceilings and things. You will see somewhere sunlight have to come through their worship place. Why? Because they know it's all about that sun right there. That's what it's all about. Things that they're telling you, these are just fake, man-made things for their power, their gain. That's what they will do. And they will do anything to make it real for you and me. And that's why we have a problem. And that's where that amen come from also. But they using it, don't even know what is truly what it's about. They love to use it. But they don't know. It comes from our ancestors. They're the one created all these meanings. But today, some of their meanings, these religions, they make our ancestors evil, or our whatever name they call it evil. I don't know. But anyway, they're bad people. They something, they nothing. They this, because the way they demonize them. And the same demonize still is on us. I don't care how rich you melanated people you are, or how famous you got. When it comes to the eyes of these Neanderthal people, you're nothing. At some point, they will support you in a way. But when it comes to, look at all of our rich people, what they ending. Cosby, Michael Jackson, all of them, somewhere they have to go after you. Okay? Somewhere they have to go after you and destroy you. They can promote you somewhere, let you go whatever, but then later they will find some way to destroy you again, because that's what they do to our melanated people. Maybe not everyone will go, but I'm just saying, everyone, well, y'all know what I'm saying is the truth. So this is our problem. Is so deep. It's so deep. It's so deep. I mean, it's like, it's unbelievable. Our own people is like, sometimes I go with my family and things like, I can't believe it. But I mean, I cannot believe anyway, because this is, you see how they got our, no matter how you wake, sometimes you want to say, I can't believe it, which that might be true. You cannot believe it. That's the truth. You don't have to believe. You have to know, though, instead of to believe. But I'm saying I think it's a part of this thing for a long time. Sometimes you even use it in a way you don't want to use it. I'm talking for myself, for that. I hate to use something that I do not say, I believe that. You know what I mean? Till I know. If I don't know, I cannot believe anything now. I can't. I can't believe something that I don't know. Because we've been lost till we're never going to come out of this like this, our people, So it's crazy. It's crazy, let me tell you. So this is the thing. So it's like, it's so deep. I wish I can find one video too, but I don't know. Maybe they take care of the internet. I try to look for it. Long time ago, I didn't know I would come to, because I was that time long ways, like many years ago, before I was wake, try to do more story to wake. I believe this religion, like I said, the time I was religion. Some videos I heard from a lot of people, but Farrakhan put some videos out there. I thought that shit was real when he's talking, But what I know today, I know everything these people, not only him, I'm talking about all over the place. All over the place. Africa, those people there, like I say, any leader we have there today or what, only one leader, I don't know. It's a lady called Nelson Mandela wife, Winnie. That woman is my thing. There's so many black melanated warrior women out there, okay, the real ones, and her. But after Mandela, when he's in jail, I like it, but when he was free, he didn't do what he's supposed to do, because they break his soul. They got him. After they know he not, according to they say, threat to anymore, so they release him. And what they release him, they make him don't never let his people pay back what they do to them. And he teaches people just to forgive. Don't worry about anything, just to move on, and everything is fine. But they promise him they will make sure he be a president. That's why they release him. And then he makes sure his people, whatever after him, whoever come, whatever paper they have to sign there, it's just like over here too. It's like, it doesn't matter because Obama, he's the worst person. I vote for Obama, but I feel regret why I did that shit, okay? But I did. I vote for Obama. But Obama is the worst person for me that I wish I never voted for this guy. But, we all hungry for so-called black leader, even though I know he's a mix and not only black, but anyway, I just want some change or whatever, but I thought he would do. But what he do for us, though? We got to be honest, though. What the hell did he do for our race? All that sweet talk he can do, but what the hell did he do? He do make sure he passed the gay right for lesbian gay to get married. He's the only president of the United States ever passed that bill to sign it, to make it reality. No white president do that, but they make sure he become power, and they make sure he passed that bill. And he did. But what the hell did he pass for us that he go through? That Obamacare thing. Some people, it depends on who, but when you really, really know, that don't do good for black people. Pew. But, because before that, when I go to see a doctor, sometimes, I don't pay copay. But when that thing come Obamacare, I pay $50 copay. So it depends who. You know what I mean? So but the point is, I'm talking about what the hell did he do for our race. I don't see it, though. That we benefited today, we so happy about it. No, I don't. But so many of our people still love this guy, still think he do something for us, because he's so-called, he is the first so-called. But that's another story. When you go to really history over here too, you're going to see after slavery, and when slavery was done, the commandment, the thing they signed for our race, black people, for anybody in this land here, you will see there that after slavery, okay, it was two parties was formed, Democratic and Republicans. And when you go do your research, you're going to see that the Republican Party was formed by our melanated forefathers and mothers. Democratic was formed by the white people. The beginning, the starting of the thing. Yes, that's how it was. But what happened? They hijacked Republicans from us. First, before they do that, the Democratic Party, what they do, they create KKK. And then they attack black voting spot, black candidate or black rally or whatever they voting team, they attack them. Headquarters, sometimes they kill 60, 30 or whatever. That's what they do to put fear in our people's mind. So a lot of Republicans join Democratic. But the Democratic one that destroy black Republican Party. Now Republican Party be owned by the white people. And most black people are Democratic. But what we don't know that our ancestors create Republican Party. That's our party. Not anymore, because two parties now belong to them, the Neanderthal, the white people. We part of all of them, but what I'm saying, the majority of black people here are Democratic. They think Democratic, just the name, think that's for us. Because they cannot see the real truth, though. I don't like Trump, like I don't vote for Trump. Like I say, I even vote for Obama, but I wish I don't. But anyway, I don't vote for Trump. I won't say Trump is good because none of them are good. All are Neanderthal. He's worse too. But what I'm trying to say, Trump administration, before Corona hit or whatever talk he might do or do a lot of things, like I didn't say what I'm saying now, that doesn't mean I like him and thing. I don't like any of these Neanderthal people anyway when it comes to because they destroy our way. They destroy who we are. But what I'm saying, when it comes to them and Democratic some point, even though all hijacked by them anyway, but President Trump, his time for some point, he free a lot of black people from jail. In my research, what I find out, he do free a lot of black people from jail. Biden that today we put him there, he put many our people in jail. He do that. He was part of all the he there for how long? 40-something years? What, people don't go to the voting history of this history of the United States? You can see Democratic and Republicans, all this voting for all these years, when you put their voting history, you put them side by side, you count them, you're going to be surprised. You're going to see the Republican Party at some point vote for our interest, black interest, more than Democratic Party do. But through propaganda, they're going to make you feel like, even though they destroy our thing, kill our many people through the beginning of this two-party, create this KKK created by Democratic to destroy black people, they still among us today, even though it's not like it used to be. But the history, you go, you see how KKK do to our black people, right? All that burning. But what I'm saying, that's what they created by Democratic Party, to make sure black people don't get power, because they see after slavery how powerful we start to become. Anything we do is a power we get succeed. But they destroy that through KKK. That's a fact. But our people today more are in Democratic Party than Republican. I'm not saying today the Republican Party is good for whatever. I'm just saying what the history say. This is how you see what is religion or this system, politics thing. You can see how our people, when this election come, you will see they will make sure which side you vote. You will make sure what side you should vote, what is good. You know, that kind of propaganda. This is how they do, and they're good at it. And our people help them, the leaders help them, or the athletes, whatever power they have, whether you music, movie maker, whatever, and the church member, imams, or whatever, you name it. They use all of them to make sure black people keep sleeping. But when they represent us, we think everything is fine. But that's the history of the United States, of our people here after slavery. If most of us know, we will stick with the Republican Party, know that comes from our people, our foremothers and fathers, and make sure we all stick with that. But I think that too is too late, because like I said, we all know it's owned by both people. But right now you can see all this thing going on from this George Floyd case and all of that. What they do, you see what they do again, politics. Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter. It sounds good. We all want Black Lives Matter, but what? Black Lives Matter now? I mean, come on. The history. Our life matter before they even on this planet. Okay? If you know history, why are we going to go, oh, Black Lives Matter? Of course our life matter. Of course it matter than anybody's life. That's what I would say. Maybe that might not say, but that's the truth, because we are the first human to this planet. Yes, our life matter. Yes, it should be counted. It should be respected everywhere. But it's not. But the thing is, this thing just going on right now, they hijack that too. And usually just look like what Democratic do right now today, 2020 or whatever. It just sent 2021 right now. But it's starting from 2020, right? Look at what they do. Look at what they do. They just hijack them again, always they do. Look at what they do. When that comes, they put everybody, Black Lives Matter, all over to make it as issues now, and then they support Antifa. Antifa was supported by the Democratic Party to do one thing, to make sure hijack a black thing. They join the same Black Lives Matter, you see, because a lot of groups, when you see them in the street doing this thing, you see more white face than the black people. And then more black you see, not all of them, but a lot of them are lesbian, feminine or gay, like especially gay and lesbian. Okay? Their leaders are black women. They hijacked that thing. The first black woman that created the Black Lives Matter, no one know her name anymore. No one know. Because she be hijacked by them, supported by the rich people, the Democratic, all this power, and they use another black people using 3 black women or they mix or with the white woman or whatever, but it's 3 of them. I think you go to their website, it's all about they are lesbian. And all these millions they receive, it's not going for the black. It's going to that time when the Antifa doing all this criminal act, name of Black Lives Matter, what they do, they release them. They put that money to release them from jail and then protect them. Most of them, that money go through. It doesn't go anything to do for black people of this planet right here. You see? But the point is, Democratic Party too, when you see not, they all not for us now because the Republican Party was hijacked. It's not belong to black people anymore, okay? But the point is, it was created by our ancestors. You go just do your research. Anyone is listening or anyone going to listen to this video anytime, do your research on that. You're going to see it's formed by our foremothers and fathers after slavery. The party belonged to black people. That's the truth. But they destroy it, kill many. Now it's owned by the white Republicans. And Democratic still owned by the white Democratic. But we black people, most of us don't even know the Republican Party was created by our ancestors or our forefathers and mothers. Most of us don't know this thing. You listen to these propaganda channels or this media thing, too much propaganda, too much bullshit and brainwashing foolishness thing. But making us keep sleep, make us keep low, no matter what. The ones that wake, we want to wake our people. They don't want to hear what we say. So when did this going to stray this thing? It's right there. Anyone want to do this research for anything. It's out there, and they don't hide it sometimes. We think they do, but it's there, though. When you look for them, you will find them. But most of our people don't want to do that. They just want to keep going with this flow, with the system, think everything is cool, or one day it's going to be cool, and it will never be cool for us. It will never be better for us. What is here? What is Africa, the continent you call it? What is Caribbean? Anywhere. Caribbean is all owned by the British, right? Okay, Commonwealth. The same Commonwealth system is in Africa, whatever English country. That's part of my country called Gambia. Commonwealth. They're still under that stupid lady. They call it Queen. It's not my Queen anyway. The Queen name, they got that from our ancestors too. White man doesn't know how Queen's about. They don't know that. That's why they stole all our information and stored them in their place. And when we go to this museum today, all over the place, it's our stuff. This is how they know these kings and queens. Okay, today, they only all that. They sons going around to Africa or anywhere, they be respected. So-called British queen or all this bullshit. But the point is, British in Africa, whatever they own in the Caribbean, we still under British Commonwealth. You still answer to them. And the French-speaking country, they all under French rule. I don't care any one of them over there. You speak French, you answer to French. You pay taxes to French. Every year, when they sign the so-called freedom or let them on, that's why they divide all the African country in Germany, Berlin. When they divide all a continent, they call it there, Gambia, Senegal, Nigeria, South Africa, you know, whatever name you might go, Sudan, y'all know what I'm talking about. Every one name there, they created, divide them, okay? So that's the thing still going on. They free them, divide them, every got a piece of the land they divided, too much divided, but the point is they did it. And then Now you still have your so-called freedom. You have your country so-called, they give it to you. You are English or French or whatever, but they're controlling you. People in any land there, because the leaders will take a power from them. So this is never stopped though, because you go to school, you're going to go to English school, you're going to go to French school, you're going to go to Arabic school. This is what we lost everything. We think they're the one give us everything, and we the one give them everything. Everything that we know, we give it to them. So people gone crazy and don't want to go back who we are, okay? This is the fact. I said the other video. It's right there. They don't know how to read. They don't know how to write. That's why I say you can't find any religion till Alexander come to Egypt. That's a fact. I mean, who can go around that? 332 BC. After he come there long, then all these things later become. So you got to go step by step till they get to this. But tell anyone to give you any religion before he put his feet in the other side called Kemet, today we call it Egypt. Nothing. And they're there for long before they got it. Till our people sell our history to them. Tell that story to the other video, right? That's how all these things go there, from there all the way to Council of Nicaea 325 and to go all the way to, finally they got it officially 451 AD, when it's officially Christianity. But no any other religion, anywhere. And later all these things start to coming in, but they all part of that thing first. Why people still can understand this thing? And this thing they cannot read that till they come to us. They stole our info. Oh, they even force our thing, because I said the other video, the first form of writing is called Meru-Nature. Today called hieroglyphic. And the Meru-Nature means word of nature. Okay? That's the word it was. The nature is the creator, not God. This is the fact. And, what the Greeks do, we have a couple of languages written, not only Meru-Nature, it's like a couple of them, 1, 2, 3, before any of them have their written language. Okay? But the point is, when they come there, they join our thing for till later on, they do their game till they got this rapid imaging thing. During those times, they force our ancestors, because at time, our ancestors in place, they call it today Egypt or whatever, they speak in Greek. Greek use their language on our people so that to create the reading language, reading things for their language, because they don't have the alphabet for their language. So they could not read and write. So they use, because they empower for things, so they use our ancestors to create that for them. This is the time come, the Greek, Latin alphabet came from the Phoenician alphabet, right? Which is the second form of writing of the ancient Kemet, today called Egypt, right? So then this is how you see, okay? And the Greek Alexander, the Greek Greek first come to Kemet, and 332 BC. The Greek could not read or write. That's a fact, okay? And the Greek writing language, evolved from the ancient Kemet, who create an alphabet for the spoken Greek language. That's a fact. And this was the phonetic and alphabet, right? And that is sometimes identified today Phoenician. Okay? This is how Phoenician language came from. In a phonetic, they create Phoenician for the Greek language, today called Phoenician. Greeks don't have no alphabet. They got alphabet once they come to our people. And they are the first Europeans to get their alphabet. That's why they will tell you Greece has the history and thing, because they stole everything. Okay? So this is how they get their alphabet. Why our people still ignoring this thing? And it's clear, it's right there. But the Caucasian, the Neanderthal, they know. But our people, for whatever, most of us, millions of us, doesn't even want to know that. They think, no. No. And if it will be through this religion, this Hebrew or this religion called whatever, Abraham religion. So that's the one now through whatever. I mean, it's all game and then bullshit, and then I am tired of it. I'm tired of it because it's clear there why we cannot see. Europeans, when they first come to our people, they cannot read or write. So their alphabet created first. And then they later, it become, after Greek done, Romans become, they use the same tactic, to create their language, Latin. And then later on, German language be created. Okay, then the English. Then the Jew. People think Jew language, the way they lie, like I tell you, they're the one who wrote all this book. Remember that? And the way they wrote book, they're very clever and so dumb. But at the same time, if you don't know the game they play, man, they do good at it. What the hell they do to our people? But they ride reverse. You say they ride backward. They put themselves place or time, they're never even there. This is how they confuse people. Because you're going to see many people sometimes will say to you, even Christianity started 4th century. That's historically incorrect. It cannot be. Because Alexander come there is no religion called Christianity. So it goes way longer till they got it officially on 451 AD. Finally, they have it. Jesus the Christ. Christ is a title, right? So then you use that, Jesus the Christ, the Son of God, right? But officially they agreed to everyone now. Finally it was 451, Chalcedon. That's a history, right? So what's the problem with our people, man? This is the truth. But we still will ignore this thing. And going would say, Christianity. Jesus' story might be there, say he was born in whatever Bethlehem, and then died in Jerusalem, all this bullshit. Tell that to somebody that who don't know history. You can tell that to me, because that all is just a game. He never walked to this planet as a person, just like Muhammad, they tell you. It's just a story. It's just a story. They never walked to this planet, ever walked to this planet. None of them. But through this, our people still so confused with this. We will go with this lines thing. And these people using our people, we know they use us. They do everything, but still, when it comes to this book or this religion, we're going to believe everything is there, so-called. So how do we will get ourselves together? If this is the way we're going to keep going. I don't see. And then to go to the street, like I say, all this demonstration, all of this thing, we do that for long. Even Martin Luther King, when you go to his history, he wrote a lot of books, right? But he got one of the books out there, he do start saying that all this Christianity was stolen from our ancient people. They twisted. Look it up. He write many books. You're going to come across, right now I can't name the book right now, but I know that too is out there. He got a lot of book collection, but you're going to come across with some books that he wrote, talking about all this Christianity that he was following. He told to find out it's just not true. It's just they use it to confuse us. And that's the time they started going after him. Because when you with them, then you trying to know the truth and you want to sit wait and you ready there for long, and that becomes threat to them. So they got to find some way to come after you. Whatever way they will do, they got to do. But the point I'm trying to say, he's a Christian, but at some point himself find out that he was misled due to the information. But the information he started getting, he put into one of these books. Maybe not I think just one, but I know that he did. He cleared that to these people. So the same thing Malcolm X too, right? He too, at point, he find out all this thing is a game on our people. Because he went to pyramid. I see the video, he was standing next to the pyramid too. But that was later on in his life. Not longer he passed away, though. They kill him. You see? But the point is that why our people, all these things, still information that is there, we don't, why all this religious figure they tell you, even though they never exist, but why they always got to put all of them in Egypt, they call it. Why they all has to be there. And they occupy there one by one for centuries. Why? I mean, our people can see this, and you say you hear before, long before these people, but today, everything they do, get it from you, your ancestor, but they slave you for a long time, and then you don't see it real true. We're going with this thing forever. I mean, I can't even, I mean, it's too much. It's too much for our people. It's time to wake up. It's time to wake up. All this religion, you may follow for long, know that this will, if you go to history, you see that it's not true. It cannot be true. No way. It's not. And your own Bible, a lot of things you can see there, it doesn't make any sense. All of them you can see. Too much confusion. I mean, you can go, I mean, like I said, they pick, right? But you can see when the one that we found out, you can see how confused is this, how brainwashed is this, right? I mean, it's just a thing you will hold there. Only religious people can believe that, okay? Like old men too, the kids are playing, old men passing, they just laugh, hey, look at that boy, and then what he do? He just turn around. That way they got to answer to them. They come to do the worst thing. Some point, some, topic. But anyway, that's great too. All men just turn back and look at this kid, 42 kids, right, according to the Bible, and call his God to punish those kids just to laughing at him. And what the God do? He send 2 bears, right, and kill all these 42 kids just for that. But the Bible say, but you people believe this thing, and they accept this thing. But you know, too, it cannot be true. Because, let's say it's true, but how do 2 bears will kill all these 42 kids, none of them run away and get away? They see that they're killing them. Bear cannot kill 2 people, no matter how kids they are at the same time. They got to kill them one by one. So for 2 of them, not a 42 bear and 42 kids. It's a 42 kid and 2 bear, right? And then they ask like 40 people, like about 2 bear, right? Because they all got to grab one first. So the other 2. But what about the other 40? So they're going to kill all these 42 kids, one by one, according to the Bible. You going to believe that? I mean, you going to say that is real? Really? Religious people? Anyone listen? Yeah. So, yes, all right, brother. So definitely this is what I have to say about it. I mean, I end into Christianity also. Like I say, it goes back and forth because they all got to do with one another, But today it was about Islam. But I already cleared that there, though. Anyone want to do research on those about Islam, how the Quran come to being? The way I say, go listen back to the video, pay attention, take your notes, and follow, and you see how the true Quran come to be. It's not like the way they tell you Muhammad created the Quran 642 AD, made the Gabriel. No. Both bring the message to Muhammad. No, that's not a way. And they take them 1300 also to have their first Islamic meeting. So hell no. But the Israelites, University of France, 1870 AD, yeah, that's the real history of the Quran. They travel into that Syria, and it took them 49 years to complete that. It finished 1919, okay? And then the first meeting took place for the Muslim history or Islamic or Mohammedanism ever take on place in this planet is 1926 AD. That's the fact of the Muslims ever get together to have the thing. So if Muhammad, the story, their prophet story that they tell, that Gabriel story, if that's the truth, why did it take them 1300 years all the way from 22 AD, all the way their first meeting. What is Mohammedanism, or today you call Islam, because that's the time Islam come later after 1926 AD. But anyway, all the way to that, to have their first meeting. And you know Islam history, everyone know what is Mohammedanism or Islam is 1400 years, all of them together. So if they don't have their Muhammad story was their prophet story was the truth, why didn't it take them 1300 years to have their first ever Mohammedanism or Islam or Muslim, whatever name you're going to call it, to have their first meeting ever in 1926? I mean, it does not make any sense. But the other story, the other information, the Jews, Zionists, the one that came there, joining with whoever, and create this Quran through the forgive like a savior. I mean, the savior or God from Muhammad called Allah, man deity, Allah, instead of woman deity, Allah become Allah, God deity. Anyway, so you can go find the truth right there. You will see. So that's the way this Quran come to being as we know today. It took them 49 years to write the Quran. It does not take all 1300 years and never have their first meeting until this real story that came to write the Quran by these Jews, Zionists, and they started and they finished 1919, 49 years, they finished, and then they have first meeting 1926 AD, and that meeting taken in Cairo, Egypt, before, because that time there was no Makkah, Medina, like I said. They changed the names, okay? That's where they all start. So this is the history they stole from this Ahmed Arabi. He's the main pioneer of this religion, they call it today. Even though his followers use his teaching, Mohammedanism, they call it. But the point is, he don't use religion. He teach spiritual nature, our ancestors' way of life. This is what he do. So they become this Prophet Muhammad, all of these things. When you go to history, it's not true, it's not real. So this is the real person that live, have many books. Anyone can research and see he has many, many books. But many Muslims wouldn't tell you that. That Fatima, that I tell you that is his mentor. So she's 95 years woman at that time. So that's become his mentor. So that Fatima name, you will find there today Quran. Some will call it Fatima, Fatimata, or Fatima, So it depends what part of the world you are. But that's really woman. People use the name. But they don't know who this person really was. They're going to tell you somebody that never existed on this planet. Just like they dismiss this Arabi, Elias Muhammad. They use his teaching. Now you don't hear his name. Nowhere, no Muslims know. And they don't know about Mohammedanism also, because that's destroy all of the thing. You wouldn't hear this thing. You wouldn't hear female Allah, female deity, Allah, called the wombs and all of that. Today, man deity, Allah, like a God for the English Christians, God, man deity, the Jews, man deity. Anyway, this is what I have to say to you today, bro. And I thank you very much. And like I always tell you, I appreciate you. You're doing the good job. You're doing your best. And you and your brother, Kwame, also. So, and many of our scholars that used to be religion, all of them today teaching the truth that they turn to find out. So thanks to all of them and our ancestors and the nature of all the nature, element of nature that our ancestors know, that telling us to go back who we are. I hope everyone that can try, if you don't know, do your research and please try to know the real truth and who you truly are. This religion is not who we are, any one of them. Okay? So that is what I know, and that's why I come to your channel, and I appreciate you. I appreciate your listeners, and respect to everyone, and peace, and love to you and love to all.
Appreciate you, my aunt. And as always, we want to ask everybody to go to QualityKush.com to check out some more information. And we did not mention it earlier, but the book of the day is titled Sumerians. So if you want to check out that audio book, it is posted at QualityKush.com. And we'll have my aunt Sunrise back on here. And I appreciate you coming on, my aunt. You know, the people love to hear you talk. You know, you do a good job giving the information. You know, so thank you, brother, for sharing that with us. And we'll see you same time next week. Holla at y'all.
All right, brother. Yeah, thank you very much.